1, 2, yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, yeah, yeah. 1, 2, yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2, yeah, yeah. 1, 2, yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, yeah, yeah. 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. 1, 2, yeah, yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2, yeah, yeah.
last know. It's ice cream and Netflix, and I love her more every minute. Falling in love is a beautiful thing, like every morning's the first day of spring. God must be smiling down over me. I'm in love with the girl of my dreams. Brown hair, bluish green eyes, she's southern as apple pie in the summer. I love her. I'll grow old with the girl of my dreams. Holidays with our big family. Thousands of memories will hang on the wall. Heartaches and laughter, yeah, I'll take it all and be thankful. Falling in love is a beautiful thing. You give up yourself, but you gain everything. She's more than a lover, she's my best friend. I'll be her companion until the end. God must be up there smiling on me, 'cause I'm walking on clouds and moonbeams. I'm in love with the girl of my dreams. Baby, let's stay home tonight. We can put a couple records on. We can build a fire, alright. Maybe we can dance till dawn. Everything will be just fine. Don't even have to put clothes on. I can keep you warm inside. Baby, let's stay home tonight. Lately, we've been walking in a straight line, doing our own thing, never seem to find time.
Okay. Well, dígríomh go léir is mise mí holodír agus báilliam fáilte a céir roiid an so I conta na mí agus an éireann son ionad éimeann de búrcha agus báilliam go bhfuil taispeánas bra a gcuimh. So, my name is Michael Dwyer, and I'm here to welcome you here to the Royal County of Meath in Ireland, in Dunboyne, on behalf of the Edmund Burke Institute. Myself and Gary Kavanagh there is responsible for everything that goes wrong. Gary is responsible, I'm not. But I hope that we have an enjoyable time over the next while. We're here to discuss some interesting and some challenging ideas, some from the perspective of the Irish experience and the Burking experience, and we'd like to thank our partners in New Direction for joining us here. We have a great panel of speakers available over the next 3 days. Anything that you need, if you have any issues, please don't hesitate to come to someone else, and I'm sure they'll be delighted to deal with you. But for the time being, thank you for coming, and I wish you an enjoyable conference.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vitor de Chevy, the Executive Director of New Direction. First of all, I'm very sorry for being so casual, but of course my flight was delayed and I didn't have access to my room. But I hope that this afternoon I will be able to join you in a better shape. I'm also sorry for the delay of this event, but as not only my flight was delayed, but few other flights, we had to wait a bit for some speakers, but I'm happy that now we have full house, so thank you for your patience. Before we move on and we'll introduce you Rob Rose, our Vice President, I would like to say thank you to the Edmund Burke Institute. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for your help. Thank you also for all your advices and also for finding this very nice place and for the weather. I was very happy to leave Brussels this morning, so thank you for that. Regarding the New Direction, as you might know, the six last months we were a bit more, I would say, silent. It was an obligation from the regulation. We had elections. But I'm pleased to see that the election went quite well. I have to say that the conservative voice is much more stronger in Brussels. However, we still have the feeling that this kind of events, this academy, are needed to make sure that our politicians will know for what they have to fight, and they will not forget the ideology behind the conservative movement. And that's why we will discuss various topics: freedom, of course, but also the conservative ideas, the working class. And that's why I think it's very nice today to have Rob Roos, our vice president. Rob Roos is a former member of the European Parliament, but he is also a successful businessman, if I may say. I really admire you, Rob Roos, because I think that you took a risk because, as I said, you were a successful businessman and you decided to go to politics to defend your ideas. And you were quite famous for also defending freedom during the COVID issue. But after that, you also decided to fight for freedom of speech. And I think that this topic is still very high on the agenda. So thank you for that. Thank you for being Vice President of New Direction. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind words, Witold. And doesn't matter how you look like, you still are very appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, as the Vice President of New Direction, it's my enormous pleasure to welcome you to our New Direction Academy in Dublin. The New Direction Academy is one of our flagship projects, offering us the opportunity each year to connect with students and young people from across Europe and to introduce them to the conservative and classical liberal values that we uphold. Through our academy program, we aim to bring the best speakers and lecturers to talk about ideas. Because having a frank and honest discussion about ideas and principles first is something that is missing in today's politics and in public conversations, both offline and online, due to the cancel culture and increasing censorship. During my time as a member of the European Parliament, I saw too often how political elite put party politics and technocratic solutions above pragmatism. People who had what the establishment saw as the wrong problems were totally sidelined. That's because a large part of the elite has been sheltered from different ways of thinking. The fact is, when I entered politics, I did so primarily as a concerned citizen, concerned parent, but also as an entrepreneur. As an entrepreneur, much of the day is spent on preventing and solving problems. And isn't that also what politicians are supposed to do? By the way, I became an entrepreneur because I wanted to have complete control over my own destiny, over my own future. And I wanted to have as little government interference as possible. Conservative values, but for me it was just common sense. But the world around me was changing, particularly how our Western society, our culture and economy were changing. We are heading to a Brussels central planned economy. Conservative principles like free market and freedom in general is disappearing. And democracy is moving further and further away from the people. The will of the people was and still is almost entirely ignored. Real representatives of the people have been replaced by career politicians who are trapped in groupthink. A few things I think about: less immigration, reliable and affordable energy supply, support to our farmers, the right to privacy, controlled inflation, yes to European cooperation, but no European superstate. But the opposite of all of this is happening. In Brussels, I heard lots of politicians talking about the European people want this, or the European people demand that. But none of it matched what I was hearing from the people in the streets in my own country, the Netherlands. People are still looking for politicians who respect certain aspects of their lives and leave them alone. They want politicians who stand up for traditional values, allow them to grow their businesses or their property, and give privacy. It is for this reason that New Direction believes it's important to provide a platform for diverse voices and offer a range of perspectives for you to engage with, giving you the opportunity to be challenged and hear ideas that may be less familiar to you. We are very pleased to be partnered for this event with an organization that shares this vision with us. I'm very happy to have the Edmund Institute of Ireland as our partner for the week. Like New Direction, they were founded to promote conservative principles and to uphold basic values such as free speech. Thanks again to all of you for being here. Let's make this a great event together. And I want to thank you very much, and I want a special thank and a big round of applause for the organization, Gary, Michael, Witold, and Robert. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of everybody else here on the platform and on behalf of Witold and Robert, I'd like to, and of course, the other organizations which are behind this conference, particularly generous hosts who we had a very pleasant dinner with last night. The Edinburgh Society, I think its name alone is a recommendation, but of course it turns out to be much more than that. I'd like to welcome you all, therefore. It's my pleasure to open this first session. Will give you a brief introduction to the topic, and then I will hand over to three very distinguished people to elucidate their different approaches to it. The speakers are in turn, and I will say a little about each of them now, so that at the end they will come up to the platform one by one without my further intervention. But James Orr, who is a professor of philosophy at Cambridge University, he is also a leading figure in the national conservative movement. He's been responsible for two extremely important conferences in London, and I think that since the national conservatism is only one element in the conservatism of Europe, it's nonetheless an extremely vigorous one at the moment, and I think his contribution will, will itself be a challenging one. Secondly, Juan Angel Soto, a founder of Fortius. He is the head of international operations for Disenso, the think tank in Spain, which is, I think, one of the new institutional intellectual, I should have said, inventions of recent times, and is playing a big part in the revivification of the Spanish right, a divided right, but one in which conversations and innovation is actually very fertile at the moment. I would like, and this final speaker will be Ferenc Hoxha, a friend and colleague, who is the professor of politics at the Ludovika University of Public Service. He is also the author of a recent book on conservatism, which I will refer to in my own remarks. As I mentioned, I am the president of the Danube Institute in Budapest, and play a part in the very interesting and, I think, important political arguments of that society and city. Now, I'll make a few preparatory remarks because this is a very wide topic. And although the topic is essentially European, I think if I have a comparative advantage in a debate on conservatism, it is that I have experience not merely of English conservatism or European conservatism, but conservatism on both sides of the Atlantic. And it is in America where I want to begin a brief overview of why conservative currently seems to be in dire straits. When the so-called new conservatism of Buckley and Russell Kirk emerged in the 50s, it came in for a great deal of wondering criticism. Could there be such a thing as a genuine conservatism in a nation so steeped in Lockean liberalism as the United States? And even if so, was this mixture of anti-communism, moral traditionalism, and libertarian economics worthy of the name of conservative even, and could it even hold together? This provoked an essay in the American Political Science Review in the 50s by Professor Samuel Huntington, a very distinguished, one of the most distinguished American public intellectuals from the 1950s right up to the turn of the century. He looked at 4 eruptions of conservative thought in history: the European reactions to the Reformation, to the French Revolution, and to the 19th century campaign for an extension of the franchise, and finally to the response of the slaveholding American South to the rise of abolitionism. And against these 4 examples of an emerging conservatism, he examined different theories of what conservatism was. From this, he concluded that conservatism was not a narrowly specific ideology, justifying aristocratic resistance to the French Revolution, for instance. Burke, after all, had defended not only feudal French institutions, but also commercial English and princely Indian institutions with fundamentally the same arguments, the same conservative arguments. Nor was conservatism an autonomous system of ideas, universally valid, such as order, balance, and moderation. I think Ferenc has got a special interest in the conservatism of moderation. The reasons why: it does not appear in history all the time, or even randomly, but only at times of great political upheaval. Conservatism, he concluded, was that system of ideas employed to defend established institutions when they came under fundamental attack. Not every attack should be resisted, of course. To preserve the fundamentals, change on secondary issues might sometimes be accepted. And once a social system was decisively overthrown, conservatism counsels acceptance of the new status quo and may even defend it against future attack. For as Huntington himself puts it, when the foundations of society are threatened, the conservative ideology reminds men of the necessity of some institutions and the desirability of existing ones. Now that may seem familiar enough, but that's deceptive. For embedded in Huntington's argument are 2 quite novel points. First, when a country is at ease with itself, conservatism is largely unnecessary. It will exist, but as a set of prudent maxims. Existing institutions embody the wisdom of previous generations. Prejudice, experience, and habit are better guides than reason, logic, and abstractions. But these ideas will have little political purchase. They won't be necessary. When something like the French Revolution comes along, however, these maxims become vital political truths. Huntington again. The impulse to conservatism comes from the social challenge before the theorist, not the intellectual tradition behind him. Men are driven to conservatism by the shock of events, by the horrible feeling that a society or an institution which they have approved of or simply taken for granted may suddenly cease to exist. Huntington's second point is that when political institutions come under such attack, it is hard, maybe impossible, to defend them in terms of their own justifying principles. They might be freedom or equality, prosperity, or whatever. The radical critic can always point to a gap between the noble ideal and the inadequate practice, and the defender is driven onto the defensive. It is in these circumstances that the defender willy-nilly turns to conservative arguments. There are any number of examples of liberals who, seeing liberalism under attack from radicals to their left, either surrender guiltily or advance a conservative defense of their own liberal institutions. Burke himself was, of course, a Whig. Applying this logic to the new conservatism of Buckley and the rest, Huntington argued in effect that it was only half a conservatism. Those new conservatives who were mainly concerned to oppose international communism as a fundamental threat to America's liberal institutions, those he could endorse very enthusiastically, in fact. The threat was real, and so was the conservatism. Domestically, however, this is written in 1956, he felt that America under its 50s liberal dispensation was in a state of such prosperous contentment that there was no real challenge to existing institutions, and the new conservatives were left flailing at ideological windmills rather than at real enemies. But Huntington did not believe that this political peace would continue long. America's liberal institutions would soon come under sustained radical attack, and then it would be liberals who would step forward to defend them with a truly conservative conservatism. That was a very prescient but also flawed prediction. The flaw was that Huntington expected the challenge to be international rather than domestic. And even here, he could claim the Vietnam War as a catalyst for the revolution and the radicals. The prescience was that a decade later, the 60s radicals issued a comprehensive denunciation of American liberalism and its central institutions, namely the university, as oppressive. Many liberals at once capitulated and embraced the radical critique as their own. But a minority rejected it forcefully, developed a politics around defending liberalism against the radical challenge, and neoconservatism was born. In the space of a decade, the neoconservatives were subsumed into a wider conservatism that also included libertarians, moral traditionalists, cultural conservatives, and nationalists. It may well be that the single most important result of the 60s revolution was to give the United States the rich, varied, and sophisticated conservatism that went on to win the 1980 election and then the Cold War. But that conservatism, like the conservatism in Britain and in most European countries at the moment, is now uncertain, divided, and in the doldrums. How did that happen? Conor Cruise O'Brien points out in his introduction to Burke's Reflections, he points out that students reading the Reflections tend to assume it was written during the Terror, 3 years after its publication. Indeed, the passion that Burke invested in attacking the revolution initially struck his own contemporaries as exaggerated and hysterical. English conservatism gelled in resistance only when the predictions that Burke had divined from the trend of ideas were confirmed by the bloodstained trend of events, by the evidence that these ideas had been passionately embraced by a wide swathe of the French people, by the unavoidable challenge of the armed doctrine that was Jacobinism. What is happening today that most resembles that slow spread of Jacobinism? Any answer must be to some degree speculative, but my own is that the next, or indeed the current great challenge, can now be seen in the gradual undermining of democracy and the shift of power and decision-making from institutions that are accountable to the voters to those which are either accountable to no one but them, or to themselves, or that inhabit a constitutional limbo where they cannot easily be held to account. We see the harbingers of this challenge across the First World in three developments: the shift of power from legislatures to bureaucratic agencies and the courts, accentuated and aggravated by over-government, the shift of power from nation-states to supranational bodies not subject to any serious democratic accountability, and the development of anti-democratic ideas that, lagging behind events, serve to justify these new political practices and to defend the new loci of power. That last one, the self-consciously ideological opposition to the mild, contented, and broadly accepted democratic regime that emerged from the Cold War, is, I suppose, what we now call wokeness. Like Jacobinism, the various social, moral, and political ideas that more recently converged into wokeness, and they had spread quietly from 1989 to roughly, I would say, 2014 and 2016, through the universities, the media, most major cultural institutions, and finally into those areas of political life that are least accountable to the voters in democratic politics, namely those state and parastate institutions we call quangos, to European and global institutions, including the UN and the international courts, and finally through NGOs, that is to say, non-governmental institutions, most of which are nothing of the kind, but financed by government and used by government to implement government policy and to smooth the path to liberal reforms that may not have sufficient popular support to get there on their own. If you're looking for an absolutely classic example of that, the recent defeat of the two referendums in Ireland, which were recommended by, and indeed promoted by, almost every NGO, and there are thousands of NGOs in Ireland. In fact, there are probably, one always thinks that everybody has an NGO in their back pocket if they choose to use it. But that was a very significant defeat. The overall result of this kind of politics, what I would describe as a liberal oligarchic politics, above and beyond national democracy and democratic accountability, is what we are now seeing almost everywhere. Everyone's favorite example, the promotion of mass immigration and multiculturalism through several election cycles in which the party manifestos by mostly conservative parties and popular votes indicated majority opposition to them, nonetheless did not result in any major change. Eventually, of course, people notice that they don't seem to get what they vote for, and they then rebel, moving towards parties that promise the same things more credibly. That happened then in 2014 with the rise of populist parties in the EU elections, and in 2016, more visibly, with Brexit and the election of Trump. At that point, post-1989 politics changed clearly and self-consciously and paradoxically. The liberal oligarchic parties moved to protect their rule against the democratic populists, because that's what they are. Populists are Democrats operating in an unfavorable atmosphere created by the oligarchs. And the democratic populists at the same time both these sides of politics developed their own self-consciousness, and they saw the liberal oligarchs as oppressive managers of a fake democracy. Conservative parties were now placed in a difficult position. They had been in much of Europe the lesser half of governing coalitions, and even when they were providing those coalitions with the majority of parliamentary votes. Witness the grand coalitions that have spread across Europe, and in particular spread to the European Parliament in the last few years, which have legislated and enforced the fundamentally liberal agenda. The conservative parties on these occasions enjoy the benefits of office, and they don't want to lose that power. But their voters have seen not benefits but losses, and loss itself in the Huntingtonian sense in that agenda of the establishment. Moreover, their voters and the lefts were changing places, working class voters moving right and middle class voters, especially the public sector middle classes and intelligentsia, moving left. Both groups are in the meantime gradually developing a clearer view of their class interests and class loyalties, and that is beginning to redraw politics. These things are all difficult for mainstream conservative parties, which are therefore currently schizophrenic. Older conservatives in particular, for instance, George Will in America, or almost any political leader in Europe, have been slow to are used to thinking that conservatism is and should be a defense of elites against the mob. They have been slow to recognize that the mobs today are composed of lawyers, artists, and social scientists, while the ordinary people instinctively sense that wokeness and its constituent elements are fraudulent, averse to common sense, and hostile to democracy, because it won't deliver what the left wants. The conservative reluctance to side with the workers is gradually disappearing, as conservatives of all kinds cannot wish away the reality of wokeness, nor the electoral reality that voters, new and old, want a more vigorous politics of national sovereignty, family support, respect for national traditions, and moral and religious traditions, even when they are not particularly religious. They prefer those things over the leftism left over from communism. I should add to that, too, that the conservatives gradually, they also have they have been, in a sense, radicalized themselves by the reality that institutions like the National Trust, the British Museum and so on, are now effectively being turned into radical organizations. I said at the start that conservatism was a defense of the nation's institutions against fundamental attack. Today, the fundamental attack comes from wokeness and oligarchic left liberalism. Defending democracy and the national institutions which are founded in democracy is the only conservatism that will successfully oppose that kind of development. I sketch out that picture of the battlefield, and I now invite James Orr to give his account of how the battle is going and should go. Thank you.
John, thank you very much indeed for that stunning synopsis of the battlefield. I feel there's not a great deal I can add to it, really, but I'm looking forward to exploring the themes that you've touched on so eloquently in your opening address, and indeed discussing those themes with you all in the course of this session, which I recall is titled, or the focus of our session, our opening session, appropriately, as Foundations of Conservatism. And as I was reflecting on this over the last few days, it struck me too that there is this sort of rather fruitful tension between the theme of foundations and the theme of the new direction. The umbrella organization, of course, and thank you very much indeed to Robert Tylett for all his hard work putting this together. We're always confronted as conservatives with this tension between drawing on the foundations but being alive to newness, recognizing, as Burke puts it so well, that a nation without the means of change is without the means of conservation. And I'm going to come and discuss that briefly, touch on that again in due course. So just in the few minutes that I have with you, I mean, the landscape that confronts us as conservatives is, as always, varied. There are many crises, I think even more opportunities, and nothing fills me with more optimism and hope for the future than being in a room full of people really on the young end of things who are willing to give up a few days and to think about these fundamental questions and how they can set themselves to the various challenges in their own nation states. But the crises are real, and they are many, all across the West, governments are increasingly adopting a form of authoritarianism, a kind of technocratic rule, a disdain for popular sovereignty, and refusal to accommodate any dissent at all. We see it in Canada and Scotland, for example, with the recent hate speech, so-called hate speech legislation. In Scotland, at least, well, in the UK, you can now be arrested for making a claim certainly in Scotland you can be arrested for making a claim that in England you could win damages from a university that didn't protect your right to say it. We're seeing similar legislation opening up all across Europe. Things move, left liberalism, as always, moves in this frightening lockstep. And one of the great values of conferences like these, of course, is that we can come together as conservatives, recognizing that we are conserving different things at different rates, but that we must operate and coordinate, work together, support each other as friends as much as possible. I remember so clearly, shortly after I arrived in Cambridge, this is the summer of 2020, May 2020, you will recall the tragic death of George Floyd, and I remember my shock that within 48 hours, colleagues were asking me about the skin color of philosophers on my undergraduate reading list. This was astonishing, the speed with which this ideology, the ideology that confronts us, moves, is like nothing else we have known before. I think maybe Soviet communism comes close, but really this is something that we are not really prepared for structurally. We are at a structural disadvantage as conservatives, and we need to think hard about how we overcome that. So what I'm going to do is draw on 5 principles that I take to be not exclusively foundational axioms. There are many others, but I'm deliberately going to draw on 4 or 5 that I think might make some of us at least a little bit uncomfortable. They are foundational, but fresh in the contemporary context. That is to say, fresh relative to the varieties of conservatism that Huntington so famous and Buckley and others so famously chart in the 50s and onwards. So these 5, I'm going to talk just very briefly. You can encapsulate each of them and just give you a word for each of the 5. Nation, tradition, religion, passion, and finally friendship. These are the 5 sort of orchestrating principles I want to touch on in the minutes left to me. First of all, nation. I'm going to suggest that to be a conservative is to be a national conservative, or it is not to be a conservative at all. And I invoke here the ghost of Disraeli. I could invoke many others too. There is this phenomenon, this great tradition in the United Kingdom of one nation conservatism, which Disraeli originates, of course. But when I talk to self-described one-nation conservatives in England, I find myself thinking that no-nation conservatives might be a better designation because they are all, for the most part, I mean, really, the overwhelming majority are enthralled to a kind of transnational, technocratic, managerial liberalism that does not put the interests of the nation above all else, does not put the interests of the nation first and foremost. And this creates, I think, great confusion and paralysis within our movement. I would much rather they left and joined the Labour Party or the Liberal Democrats than carried on, even with the shrunken size of the Tory parliamentary party. I'd rather that we just have a sort of a winnowing at some point and recognize this crucial distinction, the importance of nationhood being primary and being the organizing horizon for our policy making and our practice. Second point, tradition. I'm a great fan of G.K. Chesterton and the great late Sir Roger Scruton, but I remember, time and again talking with Sir Roger and feeling that perhaps there was something a little dewy-eyed and nostalgic about his conservatism. I remember we were at a seminar discussing his book, England, an Elegy, which came out, a wonderful book. It came out about 20 years ago, and I said, isn't that a little bit wistful? Shouldn't we be looking for something a little bit more hopeful, something that could really rally the troops, could be a little bit more galvanizing vision of England's possibilities and future? And there was a pause, and he replied, I actually wanted to call it England, an Obituary, but my publishers wouldn't let me. And the Scrutonian, Chestertonian tradition in conservatism, I think, risks a kind of paralysis, risks inducing a kind of paralysis, that we get too lost in the past, a past that often never was. And so we are confronted with this challenge of how we incorporate and integrate what's best of the traditional, but give it new life, leave something that future generations can proudly invoke as traditions originated by us, renewed by us, and passed on. I think here of somebody like T.S. Eliot. I don't know, we've had an Englishman in Disraeli, let's have an American now in T.S. Eliot for item 2. T.S. Eliot's famous essay, Tradition and the Individual Talent, 1919. It's well worth a read if you just sort of swap out, conservative, reflective conservative for poet. Eliot's arguments in that essay are striking, because although they are articulated within the context of how to reflect upon literary tradition and literary criticism, I think they also give us some very good guidelines for how to think about tradition, not as something that is desiccated, not as something that we kind of cherish as a museum piece, but something that we can revivify, so that we can ensure that we are not worshipping ashes, but preserving fire, in that famous quote attributed to Marlowe. And Eliot's work attests to this. The work that he would publish, of course, 3 years later, The Wasteland, and onwards all through the 20s and into the full cortex of the 1930s, are wonderful models of, as it were, modernist poetry, but completely attuned to the European literary tradition. Every single line invokes, looks back to, but also revivifies and forges afresh what had gone before. Third point, religion. This is always, of course, a delicate and difficult topic to touch on. We do not have windows into men's hearts, and we do not want to be prescriptive on this front. But I would suggest that secularism is, for the most part, hostile to an authentic conservatism, inasmuch as it denies too much of what any conservative should wish to preserve. Burke was right when he said, we know, and more importantly, we feel inwardly, that religion is the basis of civil society, the source of all good, the source of all comfort. We know, and it is our pride to know, that man is by constitution a religious animal, and that atheism goes not only against reason, but against our instincts, and cannot be allowed to prevail. What are we to say on this tricky question of religion? Well, we are, certainly in the United Kingdom, coming very close to, if we haven't arrived at the point already, being a post-Christian society, just in terms of raw demographics. But I'm struck how far we have come from the high noon of the new atheism in 2005 and 2006. It is striking. I'm not saying that there's anything like a popular revival of Christianity in the United Kingdom, but there are, I would say, of late, I could point to at least a dozen figures, celebrities, intellectuals, politicians, who have committed not just to cultural Christianity, but to Christianity, confessional Christianity. And I think that phenomenon is to be explained in part because of a sense that the sense of disintegration and crisis in the West is attributable in ways that perhaps are not always easy to trace, as these things never are, to the collapse of a widespread commitment in a moral order and in the moral universe that went hand in glove with the Christian tradition. And it's important to remember that religion is one of the greatest sources of pre-political loyalty, pre-political passion. It's what stiffens the sinews. Yes, we all want to, for the most part, lower trade tariffs and income tax, but we're not going to die for those principles, and we're not going to devote our lives to them. And so we need to think very, very carefully about how we preserve our commitment to our ancient religious tradition. Not an easy task, not least because, at least in my own nation, we are, as a friend of mine says, the world's only left-wing theocracy. We have in the House of Lords in Westminster 27 bishops who, for the most part, I think the stats were done the other day, vote 95% in line in favour with the Labour Party, and almost never against it. It is the Labour Party at prayer. Fourth, this question of feeling, passions. I want to suggest that, particularly at a conference like this and with policy wonks and academics like me marching in and talking about theory and intellectual history, that this can make us forget that, as John says, it's really the monopoly of the other side, the other side that has a monopoly, as it were, on abstraction, theoretical speculation, and theory. You may have heard the phrase in the United States, who was it, the shock jock Ben Shapiro loves to say that facts don't care about your feelings. I think he's wrong, or at least if he's right, feelings care less about your facts than your facts care about your feelings. And it's very easy to forget that we are, as it were, driven by our passions at least as much as we are driven by reason. And here I invoke the shade of a Scotsman, David Hume. Hume, it is very tempting to think that the Humean condition is the human condition. It's easy to forget that if you're going to win big political arguments, you're going to win big elections, you're not going to be able to do it by argument alone. Man does not live by theory alone, and we need to think very hard about how we might excite the passions for virtue in our respective nations. That might be through a revivification of high culture. It may be thinking hard about engaging in the arts, popular arts, in media. It may be even putting one's hand to coming up with spicy memes. But anything that can transcend the dry, dusty quality of policy papers and can, as it were, summon up loyalty and feeling is something we need to think about. It's foundational, I think, to the conservative outlook, what John was talking about before, this sense of conservatism as a dispositional, as an attitude, as a stance, a particular stance upon the world, not really the outcome of extended deliberation and settled reflection, not hostile to it, not opposed to it, but upstream of it. Finally, fifthly, friendship. And friendship is the sort of cuddly term I'm going to give to an idea that comes from a less than cuddly philosopher, a German here to finish off with, Carl Schmitt, whose poisonous politics we all, I think, abhor, but whose central insight in his 1932, The Concept of the Political, is one that bears careful scrutiny. his diagnosis of liberalism is fundamentally a thesis that the political realm is one that should be free of any kind of conflict and tension. The sort of depoliticizing tendency of liberalism is one that is a problem that confronts conservatives more and more. This is the famous friend-enemy distinction that he makes. And just to be clear, I mean, he understands friendship in terms of public friendship, those who, as it were, are on your side, and enemies not in terms of your individual enemies whom you should love and whom you should try to forgive and get on with, but the public enemies, that which provides, that which confronts the polity as sovereign nation with threat, with a sort of a force of destabilization and chaos. And I've reflected on this as I've been teaching some of these texts in Cambridge, and I've reflected more and more over the last 2 or 3 years as to thinking through that heuristic. It seems to me, if you, for example, had suggested 5 years ago that I would be breaking bread with atheist, lesbian, feminist Marxists, not only breaking bread, but working with them, cheering them on from the sidelines in a particular policy battle, I'd have thought you were mad. But it so happens that on many, many issues, deep in the trenches in the British culture wars and policy battles, I've forged the most extraordinary friendships. Friendships that entirely transcend the left-right divide, whether it's on the climate debate or the migration debate or the trans debate. And so I think operating with this distinction is not some sort of recipe for kind of sinister politics, but is actually it helps us to clarify and to understand better who is really on our side, who we should forge coalitions with. And the answer to that may be surprising. I opened with the observation that some One Nation conservatives didn't seem to be terribly interested in national sovereignty and putting the national interests above all else. And of course, one has affection for them individually, but they should probably be classified, as it were, in the public sense, as being on the enemy side of the ledger, the opposition, as it were. So that is something that is not always comfortable to think about, but I find there's perhaps a new heuristic, a more realist heuristic that we ought to operate with and think carefully about. That's more than enough for me for now. Thank you all for listening. I hope we can look forward to discussing those points and others in due course.
Well, thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you for the Edmund Burke Institute and New Direction for the invitation. I had prepared some fancy reflections on the fundamentals of conservatism, but I'm afraid, and I apologize in advance, that I'm going to improvise because of the kind of intellectual inspiration and also provocation, I guess, from the remarks made by John and James. So I've been taking notes, and I think I'm going to talk about really threats to the fundamentals of conservatism, internal threats, actually. So this is going to be a kind of an internal critique that I hope also sheds light into some of those fundamentals of conservatism. Now, the most important, and these are 4 internal threats that I see. Now, the most important one, as it often is when it comes to the most important concepts in political philosophy, which is that of liberty, I think we need to come up with a conservative definition or a meaning of liberty, because conservatism, and John referred to this, is very good at being at the defensive, the defensive mode, at resisting, it becomes active, or it gets activated when there are threats around. But it's not so good when it gets into the offensive. So, for instance, if you think of it in the way Isaiah Berlin thought of it, with this dichotomy of freedom from, as a negative liberty, freedom from coercion, from state intervention, from intervention into our lives, and on the other hand, freedom to, freedom for. Now, we are very good at the first, we are not good at all in the second, because that's also more complex. Because if we regard freedom not as an end, but as a means towards something else, that requires us to define a common project, a common good, a conception of a good life. And that also begs the question as to what conceptions of the good life should be tolerated, should be accepted, should be reasonable in our societies, and what should be the role of government in pursuing that telos, that conservative telos, say, especially in highly divided societies or in pluralistic societies, as the ones we live in the West. So there is this tension of authority and liberty. And again, as we see conservatives gaining some ground in many countries, reaching power in some others, they see themselves confronted with this question of to what extent can we do, say, what the left has done for nearly 80 years, which is institutional capture and the complete disregard, and rightly so, because it's an impossible condition, disregard the so-called liberal neutrality, or whether they should try to contribute to that type of neutrality and enable diverging views on liberty among the citizenry. The other thing that I wanted to touch on is pertaining this notion of, you mentioned the Israelis' one-nation conservatism. Now, I think there is a tension, or there's a growing tension between national conservatism and international conservatism. So there are many allegiances, obviously, but if we regard conservatism as a national conservative stance on things, there is this tension that needs to be reconciled to some extent because of the growing international conservative network that we find ourselves being a part of today. Because in some cases, I see ideological standpoints being put before national interests. That second issue brings me to a third one, which is on the very definition of conservatism. Now, John referred to this as an attitude, can also be defined on Scrutonian terms as a way of life. However, we define it, and it's not an easy task, it nevertheless is an incomplete ethics. We can look at it as a political philosophy or as an incomplete ethics, but not as an ideology, insofar as it doesn't inform every aspect of our lives, or it shouldn't. And we risk in this, again, offensive conservatism is experiencing over the past few years, also with the advent of the national populist movements across the West, also with the so-called post-liberal takeover of conservatism. We risk have conservatism become an ideology, which I don't think it's helpful in this already super polarized political ecosystem. I would agree with James, obviously, that passion is fundamental, is one of the fundamentals of conservatism. And not that he has said this, but I would argue that passion shouldn't be reduced to a populist discourse, which is for the most part what we see around. The fourth point I wanted to make is that, in my opinion, and this also has something to do with one nation conservatism, perhaps we hold, when we speak of conservatism, myself included, we hold a rather Anglo-centric view on conservatism. I would argue that, when Kirk speaks of the genealogy of conservatism, he mentions a few cities: Jerusalem, Athens, Rome, and London and Philadelphia. But I think there are some missing cities. Coming from Spain, I cannot avoid but mentioning Salamanca before London and before Philadelphia. And I think that there are also a constellation of minor traditions in continental Europe. Minor when it comes to the impact they've had in terms of sheer value and in terms of geographical reach. And I think an Anglo-centric view of conservatism is limited, and it's not sufficient to bear the burden of the Western project, so to speak. And it would do well in including all the other traditions, some of which have a very different problem. So that the Anglo-Saxon tradition is, for instance, is masterful at this notion of negative freedom. But then that leads to some issues that need to be resolved. So, for instance, if we just regard freedom as an end in and of itself, we end up having total anarchy, because we end up with a primitive non-servium. I will not serve, because we end up with without any moral or political authority. Now, for instance, the Hispanic tradition will have an excess of authority. This Catholic-inspired tradition will have an excess of authority. So the moral and political authority is very clear, but perhaps there is less space for personal freedom. So I think we need to reconcile these two, again, authority and liberty. And particularly, again, in this time where we see conservatives reaching power, which is new in, virtually our lifetimes. So this is my provocation. I hope not so much as to have you, kick me out of the room. I'm happy to have a discussion, a debate on these things. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm very happy to be here, and I prepared a short presentation, and I will keep it just in order to try to give my ideas, my rationale, why I am a conservative. I've been working on conservatism for some time, and this is a great opportunity for me to try to give an account of it in a way that might help those of you who are young enough to have an open field, a battlefield that might be, but still you have to find your own ways in that battlefield. You have to find your own sympathies, your own camp. So why do I think that you should look for conservatism in politics? As you see, I start out from the cardinal virtues, because I think that politics is a field of practical activity where the cardinal virtues have a major role to play in order to keep our humane and still effective power to have an impact in that battlefield. So let's see the next slide, which will show you my favorite picture. It is a painting. I guess if we can turn on this one as well, because then my learned colleagues could also see what I'm talking about. This is a picture of Titian, which has the title The Allegory of Prudence. And it's a mid-16th century painting presenting three faces, that of an old man, that of a middle-aged one, and a young one. And below those ones, there are three faces of three animals, a wolf, a lion, and a dog. And you might ask the question, what has it got to do with conservatism and politics, generally speaking? And the answer is that Titian, who was a Venetian artist, perhaps one of the most famous of his age, tried to answer some of the questions that came up in his own community in 16th century Venice. And he argues, as an old man by that time, in favor of the cardinal virtue of prudence. Why does he do so? Because he thinks that, in fact, you can only find your way in your life if you have that sort of practical rationality which is identified as prudence by the ancients and also by the Christian tradition. Why? Because prudence has three faces. It has a face towards the past, towards the fundamentals, as both John and Jim mentioned. But it also has a face towards the present, confronting the actual situation on the battlefield, and also a face towards the future. And these are represented by the old man, the middle-aged one, and the young man. And all of that is needed in politics. That's the claim. It's not enough to have the fundamentals. It's not enough to confront the political arena. And it's not enough to address the new direction. What you need to do is to have all the three in the same time. That's the challenge. And the Latin inscription on that painting reads that from the experience of the past, the present acts prudently, lest it spoil future actions. That's the idea. Next slide, please. So that's the understanding from which I started my research on conservatism sometime in 2005, I guess, in Wassenaar in Holland. That was actually parallel with the establishment of the Wannenberg meetings and the Wannenberg Society. So that's perhaps one of the moments when intellectual conservatism came back on the battlefield. And as you see on the cover of that book, I defined conservatism with these three concepts: prudence, moderation, and tradition. John has already mentioned that moderation is quite important for me. It's the other major cardinal virtue in the classical and the Christian tradition. And my PhD addressed the issue of moderation in the context of the Scottish Enlightenment. I worked on it in Cambridge with Istvan Hont, and I think it's a crucial term that the Scots and Hume, who was already mentioned, found crucial. And in that book, I have got two claims. One is that, as mentioned, politics is a very dangerous field. You have to look around in all directions, towards the past, towards the present, and the future. Why? Because you have got serious constraints there. You have got an agency constraint. You are not a Superman. You have got temporal constraints. You will very soon die. And you have got a knowledge and epistemological constraints. You do not know everything. And you still have to decide. These are the constraints. But the other point that I try to make, that you have got resources. And that will help you to address those challenges. As an individual, you can have the right habits, and based on the right habits, you can establish a character which will enable you to address whatever situation comes. And you can always trust that it will be the worst possible one. That's what conservatives try to address. And if you have got the character, you can confront that. But you are not alone in your struggle. You are part of a community. And in fact, that's helpful, as already mentioned, the nation, but there is a lower level. Your locality is just as important, your family, your religion, but also the supranational level. You are also a European. This session is on the fundamentals of European conservatism. And we have got things together that we share together. So it's also important to see the communal aspects. Why? Because traditions, institutions, and in fact, the whole political culture will help you when you will not be able to address the problem on your own. Next one, please. And based on that insight into the constraints and the resources, I argue in favor of what I call an Aristotelian idea or concept of conservatism. Aristotelian in the sense that it's based on practical wisdom, on prudence, on phronesis, as Aristotle called it. And his example is Pericles. He was not really fond of Pericles. Intellectuals are quite critical about politicians, and I am an intellectual myself, so I know it from my own experience that that's the case. But you appreciate those who do their job properly, and Pericles did it well. Why? Because he obtained that sort of character based on political wisdom, on practical political wisdom, on the phronesis of the politician. Next slide, please. But it's not something out of date. Aristotelian ideas survived, and that's because they had a lot to say to later generations. And my example, just in order to save time, is a 20th century German thinker by the name of Joseph Pieper, who wrote 4 different essays on the cardinal virtues and 3 essays on the theological virtues as well. And his book on prudence, on the cardinal virtue of prudence, argues that in fact prudence helps you to have the reality check on your thoughts and on your ways of life, because it's not simply a rational methodology, an ideology or whatever. It helps you to lead to the practical syllogism that Aristotle mentions in the Nicomachean Ethics. It helps you to act properly. As much as possible in your situation with the constraints and with the resources that you have. Next slide, please. So let me finish with 2 slides. One about underestimated issues in the political discourse, I think are crucial. Oikophilia is a concept that perhaps the most important contemporary British philosopher Roger Scruton mentions and created and elaborated. Oikophilia, or the love of place, or love of home, perhaps one can also say. I think that's a crucial thing, and I have a lot to say about it in my book, entitled Art and Politics in Roger Scruton's Conservative Philosophy. So I will save time again. Subsidiarity, that's the second concept, which is underestimated, I argue, and which I think is crucial. We in Europe talk a lot about what to do together, and that's usually imagined as kind of a deductive rationality. Someone or some communities in the center will decide for us, and we will act them out. But subsidiarity means that, in fact, that's not the right way to do it. Because why? Because decisions need to be made on the lowest possible level, on the level of those who are concerned by the decision. And that's something that comes from the Catholic social teaching, and I think that we intellectual conservatives need to work on that. In fact, we need to work on all those terms, I think. The next one is civility. I'm right now in the process of finishing a book on civility, because I think that we did forget about it, not only theoretically, but also very practically. And I think that we conservatives cannot win the culture war without remaining civil. That's, I think, the difficulty on our side. And finally, the middle classes. I take it, this notion from Aristotle, but also understand it in the 19th and 20th century meaning of the term. I think that we need societies with strong middle classes. Without that, we are lost. We conservatives cannot defend our culture, our civilization, and that's something that we need to do for the others as well. So it's not simply a conservative value, it's the value for the whole society that we are part of. And finally, two basic axioms of conservatism. First, culture is upstream from politics. I did not talk much about politics. Why? Partly because this is an event for intellectual conservatism and not for politics. And I think that we conservatives underestimated the relevance of intellectual conservatism, but recent years have brought kind of a renaissance of that sort of activity, and I think that in that sense we learned a lot from liberals who were quite good at that for some decades. And that's because politics is not so important if we disregard the cultural basics of it, if you want the fundamentals of it. Without culture, without the proper political culture, we cannot achieve any success on the long term. And secondly, religion is upstream from culture. This is an idea that again comes back in a number of authors. Eliot was already mentioned, Scruton was mentioned. I think it's a basic insight into the nature of human communities that in fact, if you go to a city like Dublin or to Salamanca, what you will see first is, of course, the tower of the church. That's the axis of the city around which its life is organized. There is no culture without religion. That's what is our basic conviction. And I will leave it here. And I hope that we will have some nice conversations and discussions. Thank you very much.
You hear me? You can? Okay, great. Thank you. We now, I think we have 15 minutes left, but if I could ask the organizers, since we started a bit late, maybe we could expand it by another 15 minutes. Well, I'll lay that out. Someone will perhaps tell them. I'm going to operate on that assumption. Well, first of all, I'm going to invite each of the speakers to respond to what the others have said, and I may ask a question too, and then I'm going to throw it open to all of you. The first thing I'm going to ask is James, we are in a country in which, though very different from Britain, is similar in one respect. That is to say, at the moment, its intellectual leaders and political leaders are, in a sense, at variance with a large section of the population. And that's, of course, I'm describing the way in which Catholicism has evaporated as a uniting factor in society. The same thing is true in England, with, I think, the addition that there is some evidence that the intellectual classes and the political classes actually very much dislike a large section of the population. And it seems to me that complicates everything, but it particularly complicates, and in both cases, it particularly complicates the way in which conservatism can reestablish itself and form the basis for a politics that unites people and that also unites its opponents with them as well. In other words, it has to be, as I think Reagan managed in America, to make the opposition feel, well, they were being decently treated. What would you like to think about that?
Thank you, John. Yes, that's very insightful. And yes, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you're seeing parallels, despite the very different sort of constitutional characters of these different nations, Ireland, the United Kingdom, America, France, so on, Germany. You're seeing similar sort of chasms opening up between elites, between ruler and ruled, between the metropolitan elites and, shall we say, the working classes and the forgotten middle class. And it's something that is, a strategic challenge for all of us. And I'm just thinking through. I mean, we've in Britain got a good 5 years at least to think through how we might overturn this almost unprecedented majority that the Labour Party won back in July. And are there examples of how it's done well, of how you can really build from the ground up in fundamentally pre-political ways? Can one draw alongside people and encourage them, help them in ways that provides the kind of the conditions for a grassroots movement that can find political expression and ultimately electoral victory? It has been done. It has been done very successfully in various parts of the world. I'm thinking of RSS, which is the sort of nuclear grassroots movement that propelled eventually the BJP to power and dislodged decades of sort of dynastic socialism in India. I'm thinking of the Momentum movement that reached its peak about 7 or 8 years ago in the United Kingdom, this sort of grassroots Labour Party movement that propelled Jeremy Corbyn to power. Either the Cinque Stelle in Italy, and I think the best example of all, the civic circles movement that Fidesz founded, I think, just more than 20 years ago. Now, whatever one thinks of the actual politics of these different parties, just in terms of sort of practical solutions to how you can, as it were, try to overcome the democratic deficit, this gap between ruler and ruled, those provide, I think, some examples of how we might set about confronting the challenges that face us.
Thank you. Any of you like to comment on that?
Well, I would also add that there are some opportunities that appear. So, for instance, well, I guess since the 60s, the socialist parties across Europe forgot about the working class. So they thought the working class was going to disappear, right? Because of the ultimate victory of the West against the Soviet evil empire. And they decided to translate the Marxist dialectics to other realms, to sex, to race, to identity politics as we know it today. So the working class, suddenly was an orphan, a political orphan, that has now found some protection, some voice in national populist movements with deep conservative views on many, many things. So that has been an opportunity for conservatives across the West. Those are Trump's deplorables, for instance. You mentioned the importance of the middle class, but currently the voters' base of some of these conservative movements is the working class across the West. And that's an opportunity, but also a challenge, because again, when it comes to government intervention, when it comes to overreach, when it comes to authority, etc., there is a temptation of social protection. So it's a good thing on the one hand, but there is a temptation there on the other hand, because this working class, which is very much needed in light of the ruling elites that abuse them, they are in constant demand for social protection, etc. And conservatism might feel tempted to accommodate to those needs in a way that also undermines liberty.
If
Sure.
I can also react on it as someone who, perhaps exceptionally in this room, was born and brought up in a communist country, and communism is a totalitarian regime. So in that sense, you always have to realize that the Marxist doctrines, they were already tried, and they failed brutally and in an inhuman manner. So all the ideologies of the rule of the working class should be dealt with carefully. On the other hand, actually it was the Marxist dogma itself that tried to oppose and use against each other workers and the middle classes, workers and the bourgeoisie, as they called it, workers and the intellectuals. And in that sense, again, we have to have those many-faced identity that characterizes the prudent man and woman. We need to have, indeed, the ability to address the common sense worries of the common sense people, including the ordinary working class, blue-collar people. But we also need to address the middle class. We have to be able to give the opportunity for the working class to become a middle class. And we also need to address intellectuals. I mentioned that intellectuals are quite critical about politicians. And Jim mentioned, and John too, that politicians are sometimes afraid and often hate ordinary people, their voters, actually. So in that sense, I think that what needs to be stated, that indeed conservative politics has to address the worries of the academia, the worries of the cultural elite as well. Without them, we will not win. We need them on board. We shouldn't give them up for the liberals, for the left, for the woke ideology.
Thank you. Perhaps I can now ask a particular question of Juan. Some years ago, I was visiting Spain, and at the conference, the very first session was everyone was non-Spanish there, so a Spanish sociologist gave an orientation talk about Spanish life and politics, which was a brilliant talk and very informative, and described the transformation of Spain to a modern country with any number of statistics showing improvement and so on. And at the end, someone in the audience said, "Oh, that's very, very interesting. When did these things happen?" And the man said, "Well, I'm a little embarrassed. Yes, they happened mainly under Franco." Now, as we know, modern Spain has passed on from Franco, but he did shape it very considerably. Yet at the same time, his legacy is a source of controversy, shame, and in a sense it dominates a lot, it distorts a lot of Spanish politics. How would you say a conservative, a successful conservatism can deal with this Franco's legacy, good and bad, in attaining a majority?
This entire conference is already politically incorrect, so I might as well just answer the bloody question. So, well, that's precisely one of the tensions I was referring to earlier about authority and liberty and the definition of common goods. Now, this tension can be more easily resolved when you have a fairly homogeneous society. I don't know Hungary enough to say that it's a fairly homogeneous society compared to other countries, such as the UK or the US, for instance. Nevertheless, even in those fairly homogeneous societies, there are those dissenting voices, right? And that's increasingly the case across the West. So at the time in Spain, as a conservative, well, I mean, there is this phrase in Spanish that you hear very often from, in my case, my grandparents' generations, saying, under Franco, everything was beautiful, was so comfortable. Well, obviously, if you have this type of ideology, worldview, religion, etc., you live very comfortably, obviously. There's little space for dissenting voices. And actually, I think that's the challenge when we conservatives gain ground in politics and in the culture war. Are we going to push from a top-down perspective our conservative telos into our societies? Are we going to be moderate in doing so? Are we going to be tolerant? Because let us remember that tolerance is not, well, it's not a virtue in my mind, nor a conservative virtue, nor a Christian virtue. So tolerance, which is the peak of virtues and liberalism, right? Tolerance from the citizenry and neutrality from the institutions. Well, these are not virtues, right? So again, I cannot respond but by stating what I referred to earlier, which is this tension that needs to be resolved perhaps on a case-by-case basis. But yes, so Spain has a massive debt of gratitude to Franco in so many different aspects. Let us again remember that that Spain would have been otherwise a Soviet republic without a challenger, say in this case Franco. But again, what do we do with this tension between liberty and authority? And as we gain ground, we need to be able to respond. What do we want freedom for? Yeah. Because for the longest of times, we've just been okay with having freedom from, and that's simply not enough.
Well, let me just follow up here, because when you said that tolerance is not a virtue of any kind, it's not a virtue, except in liberal theory. James nodded vigorously. I didn't see your reaction because I was looking in this direction. But can we make a distinction here in our political activities between the liberal virtue of tolerance, which is changed to something completely different, which is to say tolerance now in liberal thought is compelling you to agree or never to criticize something you think is morally wrong, because that offends and hurts the sensibilities of the people who believe that or practice it. That's certainly not the traditional toleration of earlier liberal thought. And since we might be the victims, which was simply to say tolerance was a recognition that you accepted the right of someone to hold a different point of view, however odious you felt it. It did not extend, of course, to behavior, and couldn't, but nonetheless it bled over to some degree. But now, we conservatives, don't we need the traditional liberal toleration? Because we find ourselves in the position of being told by authority again and again that we must not criticize things we dislike or opinions other people hold morally. We might suggest minor changes and so on. I think we may want that traditional toleration in order to preserve our political activities. Either of you like to respond?
Well, I mean, just briefly, that traditional liberal toleration also presupposed a fairly homogeneous society. I mean, when you hear people saying, well, I don't think they never talk about God, well, but because it was obvious that God existed. So the British society in the 18th century was much more homogeneous than it is today. So you cannot escape but the task of defining the boundaries of what's to be tolerated or what's reasonable.
Very well. That's very interesting, because in England, I think it's fair to say, James, you'll tell me if I'm wrong, putting this question to you really, the problem that's specific to England here is that people are being told, I mean, the working class and a lot of people in the middle class too, feel that they are being told they cannot think and say certain things because it offends other people, many of whom have different religions and who are from other countries with different traditions. And I think the response of intellectuals is one thing, but the response of the ordinary English person faced with this is to say, hang on, this is my country, these are our values. We can't be told we can't say and think these things because of people who've arrived in the last 50 years. Now, I think from a common sense standpoint, I completely sympathize with that, but it is a grave tension in British society, and one which, under the present Labour government, seems likely to be aggravated rather than the reverse. What stance does conservatism as a political movement take on that issue?
Well, thank you for both those sets of reflections. I mean, tolerance it strikes me as just self-evidently not a virtue, and I sometimes wonder whether its elevated status in the sort of moral hierarchy of liberalism just points to its moral agnosticism. Toleration, of course, from Locke onwards, we recognize as a kind of negative protocol. It's perhaps an enabling condition, very important enabling condition, especially as a people becomes more heterogeneous in their outlook and in their sort of fundamental dispositions. And I have similar suspicions about words like civility, kindness, niceness. These are not bad things, but I sometimes wonder whether they are the sort of cardinal virtues of a society that is morally exhausted, or somehow where one is so much walking on eggshells and is in terror of cancellation that one doesn't want to advance any robust conception of the good. This is sort of the consequences of Rawlsian agnosticism. We're so nervous, the liberal is so nervous about trafficking in the public square in Rawls's words, fundamental comprehensive conceptions of the good, that we end in a kind of in a sort of fog of agnosticism, and we can't even use the language of the common good because we think to do so may be to offend some demographic silo. So it's an important structural problem for liberalism, and whatever we do as conservatives, we shouldn't inherit that problem. We should seek to differentiate ourselves from that tradition and search, hunt, and cherish the eternal values.
Thanks. I'll pass that, and then I have a question for the audience.
Yes, just because with tolerance, James suggests to discuss civility as well. Let me respond to that part. I think that, in fact, if you look at the term itself, civility, and where it comes from, it in fact says nothing much more than to be political. Civility comes from civitas, as politics come from the polis. So in that sense, what is required is not kindness at all. What is required in this conservative concept of civility is mere civility. It's actually the contrary expression of the idea of freedom of speech, because of course tolerance is an exercise or a tool of censoring, because what it does is that you have to tolerate the other, i.e. you shouldn't talk. That's what it says. So it censors you.
Yeah.
And therefore, what we have to say is that we prefer, instead of the virtue or value of civility, of tolerance, we encourage and honor freedom of speech. That's mere civility. Yeah. You have to accept that we talk, and we have to accept that you talk too. That's the political, that's the civil thing to do.
But of course, it's a much, the modern liberal is saying much more strictly, neither of you can say certain things because it might hurt the sensibilities of other groups.
But that's because they want to control, you know.
That's partly
the way to control the language game. If you decide what can be said, then you control who can say that.
That's also precisely why they've linked words with violence, so words as weapons, so that if free speech is, put in a similar kind of level as violence, then the appropriate response to certain speech is also a violent response.
Anyway. I have a question to put to you in a moment, but I want to ask the audience if there's someone from Ireland here who wants to comment on this, because unless I'm wrong, this is a very acute argument at the moment in Irish society, where what you have is, because of the immigration question in particular, but not solely about that, there is a desire to control speech. Am I wrong about this? Perhaps I am, but if I'm not, perhaps someone from Ireland would like to contribute some insight onto this. How is, yes, the gentleman in the middle there.
Thank you, Peter Cattle, Brussels Signal, though I am originally Irish, as you can probably tell by the accent. Yes, obviously the hate speech bill is technically still going through the Dáil, which is the Irish Parliament. It's being championed by Justice Minister Helen McEntee, and it is largely on these principles. It would move Ireland from having one of the most liberal speech laws. We do technically have hate speech laws on the books, though they're hard to enforce, to one of the most draconian. There has been some resistance. It was going through the Parliament without really being noticed by anyone, as a lot of bills do, until there was some efforts on the ground. I know Free Speech Ireland, I have helped them in the past as well. They've been doing a lot of work on it, and of course it got the attention of Elon Musk, which helped a lot. But Ireland is very kind of default setting liberal, to quote Andrew Breitbart, because largely post-independence, the idea of being conservative has been inherently linked, at least in my view, to Britain. And so both our main parties, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, have fallen into a very kind of centre-left, don't rock the boat view, to the point that many people here struggle to tell the difference between one party and the other on policy issues. So this actually leans a bit into the question of what should we do in terms of the national versus international conservatism. Mr. Orr made a reference to the idea of the nation being important in terms of what it means to be a conservative, but how does it play in? Like, I'm going to take a German example. Can you be a German conservative versus, let's say, if you're pro-Bavarian independence, can you be a conservative then? Or could you even lean maybe more pro-pan-European? I operate in Brussels and I hear people with relatively socially conservative viewpoints but hold far less faith in the individual nation state as most people, I'd imagine, here do. So what do you think of that?
Okay, thank you. Would you like to come in?
Yes, I didn't mean to advance the idea that to put the nation above all else means that we can't have any kind of notion of what it might be to be a family of nations. In fact, quite the reverse. I think only if one has confidence in the importance of the principle of national sovereignty can one respect one's other neighbours as nations and not as economic trading zones or member blocks of highly federated international more than alliances. I mean, blocks, as it were. But I take your point. It's never a simple. It's never simple to define what a nation is. I mean, in the United Kingdom, for example, I mean, we often get, national conservatives often get attacked for being, we are not one nation, we're four nations. These are devotees of the National Health Service and the new National Trust. They're happy to use the qualifier national in certain respects, but never when it applies to conservatism. And so I think there's a lot. I think actually pre-devolution, certainly pre-Blair's sort of 98, 99, the 2000 acts. Actually, I think we were quite comfortable in the UK, as I think Bavarians are. Was out there in July and spoke to some, with a sort of this notion of a kind of nested nationalism, a kind of micro-nationalism. That is to say, there isn't any prima facie conflict between being a loyal Brit and a loyal Scot. Now, that has been, the tension has been exacerbated by, I think, a misplaced application of the principle of subsidiarity to Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. But anyway, we could get into that. But I take your point. It's not straightforward. But I think on balance, Conservatives are going to lean more towards a family of nations conception of how we get along as nations, as opposed to big, democratically unaccountable federated fusions.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask you one final question. Unless Robert tells me, this has to be the last one. Okay, thank you. Obviously, all of the discussion so far, most of it has been on the assumption that there are difficulties for Conservatives in the political life of all our countries, because the cultural life in our countries is heavily biased against us. Now, there is one country in which the government is making a serious effort to change that. I mean, the Hungarian government has a cultural policy of a positive kind, which is seen in very few other countries. Most of the Conservative governments in England have been running organisations like the British Council or the Arts Council on the express idea that the British culture was something which should really be multicultural. I mean, it's very extraordinary. But how do you estimate the success of the Hungarian government in this enterprise? And secondly, how do you judge whether or not it's doing it well, and whether or not he's making mistakes and should do other things?
Well, you have got nasty questions to us, but that's why we are here. Let me be clear, and I have already said it publicly, so that will be not something new. That I think that in that respect, the Hungarian government is on the wrong track.
Do you want to go further?
Sure. I just wanted to make it possible for you to assess what I was saying. And I think that it's important to see that indeed there are a lot of achievements on the communal field, on the social level, on the rebuilding of civil society that Jim mentioned, like the civil circles and so on. But I think that in cultural issues, politics should be anyway very careful. And what is happening is what we in Hungary call the elephant in the porcelain shop. Which means that, you cannot do things in the cultural sphere with the brutal means of politics, because what you will do is destruction. And that's not, perhaps it's sometimes good, but then let's take it seriously. That's a distraction. And we are not in search of that. So I think that politics has very little to do there, only just to make it possible for things to happen freely in that field without ideological biases. So in a way, to liberate the language of culture and allow the workshops of the individual artists to produce what they think is best according to them. Freedom of speech, freedom of thought, mere civility, let it go. And I think that in this respect, in fact, there is just, diplomacy coming in. There is a field where the Hungarian government went very well and very successfully, I think, and in that spirit that I described. And that's, of course, the family policy, where they did not intrude into the private rooms, as was the claim of the opposition and the critics. What they did was to change the climate about talking about the family and about the future of marriage and things like that. You allow people to do what they want. You give them the opportunity to do so, and they will do what they think is the rationale. We talked about it, that you have to trust the ordinary citizen, the ordinary common sense of the ordinary human beings. And I think that's needed in all those fields that we are talking about, in family policy, in social issues, and in culture as well.
Unfortunately, this is only the beginning of a major debate. We have come to the point where we have to end. I think what you say is very wise. The only thing is, left-wing governments don't act on your principles, they act on the
but
much
that's
more
because they are
aggressive
left-wing.
That is right. I think, I mean, you seem to imply, and I would agree with that, with you, that therefore this is going to produce bad culture. Well, I think that's in a way true, but it doesn't seem to affect the way in which it doesn't prevent the society being distorted seriously. And there's a lot of awful culture being produced under this impulse, and yet it's not being received in a hostile way. It's treated as the wisdom of the ages. So I really think we have a big, big problem on our hands here. I can't speak what the situation is in Ireland. And I think in one respect, the Hungarian government has done something. I'm talking about the theatre and so on here. They have audiences up because I don't believe they're dictating the choice of plays or anything. Maybe they are. But in fact, what they have is a kind of very radical and interesting national theatre director. He may not be entirely to my taste, but he's allowed to do what he wants, I believe. And
No, I think he is there because the government favors a Gramscian way of politics in culture, which is quite popular nowadays among conservative intellectuals. But I think Gramsci was not a conservative.
Oh, he certainly wasn't. No. Anyway, but conservatives may have something to learn from him. This is something we have to really discuss at length. But anyway, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a very difficult panel to moderate, to be perfectly honest. but anyway, it's been very enjoyable for me, and I'm sure for you as well. Thank you. Good. Thanks very much.
I just saw the girl of my dreams. I wonder if she noticed me. I don't know her name yet, but I know her friend. I'll ask if she's taken or if I could send her some flowers. I just met the girl of my dreams. It's funny, it turns out that she lives just down the street. We could go for a walk or sit on her porch drinking coffee and talking for hours. Falling in love is a beautiful thing, like every morning's a first day of spring. I'm in love.
2, 2, 2, check 2, Dave. Another day, yeah. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, yeah. I'm really teasing this thing a lot. Yeah, 1, 2, anything? Steady, yeah. Yeah, that was it. That was definitely it.
so young. You make me feel so spring has sprung. And every time I see your grin, I'm such a happy individual. When has broken like the first morning. Blackbird has spoken like the first bird. Praise for the singing, praise for the morning, praise for the spring, fresh from the morning. Sweet the rain's new fall, sunlit from heaven, like the first dew fall on the first breeze. Praise for the sweetness of
I think we have to wait for them to sit. Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming back. We're now on to our next panel of the day, this time discussing the future of conservatism after the European elections. As most of you have probably noticed, there were European elections to the European Parliament earlier in the year, before the summer, that saw something of a sea change in the composition of the European Parliament, where yet in
another example of a sort of populist conservative wave washing across the continent. The establishment political parties once again were forced backwards. The European People's Party, the conventional centre-right party, remained in first place. In second place, you had a reduced socialist and democrat grouping. But then perhaps uniquely, we saw the emergence of a new third force in the European Parliament, the so-called Patriots for Europe, a grouping that comprises of conservative and populist forces. And then not far behind them, you find the European Conservative and Reformist family, which made considerable gains, with 50 newly elected MEPs arriving back in Brussels and Strasbourg this week. This has shown a complete change in the way that European politics is taking place. We've seen the emergence of a new sort of conservative coalition appearing across the continent, bringing in forces that weren't previously considered to be conservative. So whilst the traditional left has declined in rural and working class areas around the continent, we've seen the emergence of new conservative forces to replace them. Hopefully, with our panel, we'll discuss in more detail and explore this idea and perhaps try to understand what happened during the European elections and what it means for a conservative Europe going forward. So perhaps I'll hand over to Hélène Pantini first to give her remarks.
Thank you very much. My remit was to be part of a panel to explore the impact of the recent European elections and a chance to reflect on the direction of the conservative movement and how the various groups will interact with each other. So the European elections were really about two Europes, just as regional and national elections continue to be about two Germanys, two Austrias, two or more Frances, and so on. So I'll leave it to others or to all of you who are certainly abreast of the news to talk about statistics and numbers and votes. And instead, I'm going to talk about what I think these elections mean. And instead of speaking about how the various groups will interact with one another, I will say how I think they should interact with one another. So I'll begin with an observation. As I said, there are two Europes. The conservative movement, if there's one that can be easily defined, which sounds like we had a precursor to that discussion in the previous panel, represents one Europe. And the entrenched establishment, the managerial elites, the deep state, represents the other. So when I say the conservative movement represents one Europe, I don't mean one Europe, I mean one kind of Europe, where the entrenched elites represent another Europe. So what exactly do I mean by this? I wrote an op-ed for the European Conservative the day after the elections, entitled "Don't Compromise with the Mushy Middle." And in that, I argued that the elections are supposed to be a reflection of the will of the people who live and work in Europe. Individuals expressing their opinions and saying what kind of Europe they want. And overwhelmingly, it should be clear by now, the people of Europe are looking and were looking for a significant change. So Europeans are fed up with open borders and the insecurity that it's brought. This message is apparent in the successes of the Alternative for Deutschland, Rassemblement National, the Austrian Freedom Party, Fidesz, Fratelli d'Italia, and many others. Additionally, the overwhelming vote against Green parties across Europe has sent a powerful message. People have had enough of absurd net zero policies, and instead they want politicians who will protect our farmers from the stranglehold of the EU regulations that hurt them. Voters don't want policies that will force us to buy expensive electric cars or to eat bugs or to make us freeze all winter. They don't want that. And so the challenge for the European right, the conservative movement, Having clearly been given a mandate by voters, as Rob says, this populist, nationalist wave that crashed on the shores of Brussels, the challenge is to make sure these newly elected or re-elected politicians on the right have their feet held to the fire so that they don't make compromises with the mushy middle, the centrists. And this has happened too often in the past. So if the elections indicate a real shift, people looking for something different, for real leadership, in some countries, this is taking the form of hardline, anti-immigration government party. In others, it's the fresh face of an anti-globalist, anti-woke party. To be sure, there were some surprises and some setbacks for parties on the right, and many should take stock of where they went wrong. I hope they do. But what's clear is that they should already be planning for the future so that they're ready next time. Any party that believes in national sovereignty, strong borders, subsidiarity, and who seeks to protect children from the trans and woke agenda, doesn't worship at the altar of net zero, ought to turn its back on the center and work together with the right-wing groups of the European Parliament. So this has, of course, been made much harder by the immediate erection of the cordon sanitaire, immediately built up around the national conservative sovereigntist forces in the Patriots for Europe and the Europe for Sovereign Nations groups. So this exclusionary practice already saw these two groups denied any top positions in the parliament, despite one of them, the Patriots for Europe, being the third largest bloc in Brussels. Conservatives should not participate in the shunning of democratically elected colleagues. So think about it. This term, this cordon sanitaire, was meant to create a barrier to stop infectious disease, a dividing line between a healthy population and an infected one. So Ursula von der Leyen and Eurocrats like her, they're treating their democratically elected colleagues as if they have the plague, a communicable disease. And of course, once you erect that wall, they'll have no say in any policies. But what does this really mean? Is this gamesmanship? Is this Brussels shuffling and reshuffling? No. What it means is that the millions and millions of Europeans who voted for a change in Brussels will have no say over what happens in Europe. So, many Europeans, understandably, take very little interest in the game of musical chairs in Brussels, who gets what seat, who's on what committee, who gets to be a commissioner, who's executive vice president, who is junior vice president. Ordinary Europeans don't care about that stuff. And that's very challenging, frankly, for someone who runs the news division of a publication called the European Conservative, where we have an office in Brussels and we are reporting on Ursula von der Leyen's gender parity demands are not being met and who's going to be on what committee. Ordinary Europeans don't actually care. That's the truth. What they care about is that the parties and positions they voted for, the promises that were made to them, are being ignored by the very top, by erecting this wall around the patriots, the sovereigntists. What Ursula von der Leyen and the Eurocrats are saying is, it doesn't matter what you voted for or who you voted for. You don't matter. You don't matter to us. And if we didn't make that obvious the last time we were in power, we'll do it again. So the cordon sanitaire is not just thrown around these groups, these political groupings, or even around individual MEPs. It's been imposed on the millions they represent who demanded a real change in the European elections. So there will be plenty of newcomers to Brussels who won't play by the establishment's rules. They should be encouraged, rewarded, and supported. It is their rejection of the status quo that gives us all hope and which reflects the dissatisfaction of citizens across Europe. So conservatives in Europe should stand up for their colleagues. By doing so, they're standing up for ordinary Europeans. The elections told us, and continue to tell us in countries that have regional and national elections, that voters are not going to stay silent anymore. They don't want to hear empty promises from ambitious politicos anymore. They don't want to be told one thing only to see precisely the opposite happen in the halls of power. They want to change, and we're seeing that. So, the European right will have to hold the establishment accountable. What does that mean? It means anyone who calls himself conservative must be held accountable. I think of the so-called center-right politicians who call themselves conservatives when it's convenient. They should be called out every single time they support a policy or a position that isn't conservative. They shouldn't be called the center-right if there's nothing right-wing about their policies. You know, we allow these narratives, these labels, to be applied when they're not relevant. So if you have this spectrum, right, between the far left and the far right and something in between, the center seems like it's supposed to be reasonable. Who wouldn't want to be part of something reasonable in the center and, well, the center right? But because everything in politics and policies has gone so far to the radical left, positions that were normal, that ordinary people think are normal, are now called far right. So consider what it means when somebody is called center right. If they are going to describe themselves as center right, make them prove that they deserve right in that moniker. So anyone who's called center right or calls himself conservative needs to prove it. They should be called out every time they support a policy or position that isn't conservative, as I said, or any time they begin to waver in the face of any criticism or opposition. And just a note there, we've been saying, we meaning sort of my crew, my team, we keep on talking about these narratives that come up and how I think very good-willed people are very quick to disavow the fringes of the right, right? This is a challenging terrain. Remember that the left never, ever disavows its fringes. Never. They won't. While on the right, people get very nervous about fringes. And I think it's fine for a person who doesn't agree with those fringes to ignore those fringes. Don't give them airtime. But stop punching to the right. Stop punching to the right. We don't need to give our opponents more help in beating up the right wing. Just ignore the fringes. But we need to stop punching to the right. Conservatives in Europe should not be fooled by centrists who only now back away from radical and unproductive green policies. No conservative in Europe should celebrate a party or a politician who, in what is clearly too little too late, starts talking tough on migration, only in the face of an impending electoral defeat. The left and the progressives, the radicals, the socialists are very good at working together. They overlook large chasms of difference to achieve common goals. And much of this was alluded to near the end of the previous panel. But I think conservatives need to take a page from their playbook. Understand that we may not always agree, and sometimes policy differences are pretty big. National interests can be very, very different. Strategies can be very different. But if we find the common ground and respect that ordinary Europeans want their voices heard, then we have to work together. So, ordinary Europeans know what they voted for. Conservatives in power should not let them down. Thank you.
Before coming on to the elections, I want to suggest what is actually the political system operating in modern Europe at the present time. A number of political scientists have tried to do this, particularly when they're trying to explain the battle is between populism on the one hand and liberal democracy on the other. I'm going to mention two. Professor Mudder, Cas Mudder, distinguished Dutch political theorist, I think he's now in Florida, but he gave one definition of populism, which I think is a correct one. He said populism is an illiberal democratic response to undemocratic liberalism. Populism is a democratic response to undemocratic liberalism. I think it's fairly clear, and you can see what it means. Another such definition was unintentionally revealed by Professor Papas, a Greek political scientist who was for a while working in Washington, who both of these quotes come from articles in the Journal of Democracy, which is put out by the National Endowment for Democracy and is in general favorable to the idea, hostile to populism and favorable to its definition of liberal democracy. But unintentionally, Papas said something good here. Populist parties embrace democracy, but not liberalism. Well, fair. Arguable, but fair. But the second sentence, but then he went on to say, liberalism without democracy is not a combination found in real-life polities today. Well, that is very interesting, because liberalism without democracy is an apt description of the system of government towards which Europe and the West have been moving since 1989, and populism is the resistance to that movement. However we juggle things, the main choice facing the voters seems likely to be between some sort of democratic populism and some form of liberal, or in less descriptive language, some form of progressive elitism. Now that's not formally the choice in many countries at present, but it is a choice towards which post-industrial voters and countries seem to be tending, as we saw when we've looked at the fates of the left and right around the world. Perhaps because of the extraordinary phenomenon of Macron, who was elected actually by populist methods and appeals, combining right and left, denouncing the regime of the parties, and so on. And as people, in a sense, look at these things more and more, obviously very clever people come to some interesting conclusions. I want to particularly celebrate here the insight of Pierre Manon, who was, I think he may still be, Director of Studies at the École des Hautes Politiques and Sciences in Paris. In an article originally from a French magazine, but appearing in the magazine American Affairs, he argues that populism is likely to be absorbed into a new party system, but in a negative way and even in a destructive way. He sees this new system emerging ultimately from the conversion of both major traditional parties of left and right, in France especially, but elsewhere too, to the European idea from the 1970s onwards. In becoming, quote, European, unquote, and modern, in quotes too, the left abandoned its original constituency of the working class. In making the same transition, the right, the Gaullists in France, in making the same transition, the right abandons its constituency of the nation. Those of their respective voters who continued to feel loyal to these particularisms and the loyalties arising from them became an embarrassment to the new model parties and an obstacle
to the parties that the European idea demands and demanded. Those policies were a set of rules for harmonizing the EU's economic arrangements, its political commitments, and even its national come democratic character. They were determined by small and often semi-secret committees of bureaucrats in Brussels, and once determined, these objectives were not really subject to amendment or repeal by national parties responding to the democratic objections of their electorates. If all this sounds a little abstract, the brutal treatment of Greece in 2014, I think, by the EU Troika, which overrode its democratic choices by fiat, will make the point. The future of Europe is determined in a political stratosphere and handed down to nations and classes which are required to endorse it. As it comes, endorse it as it comes. Those who object, clinging to class or nation as their primary loyalties, have therefore to be seen and slandered by their own traditional parties, the left and the right parties, as various kinds of deplorables, extremists, populists, unrespectables, and even sometimes, in cases genuine hysteria, terrorists. Some of these deplorables break away and found new parties representing their old loyalties. Others cross the political spectrum to join parties that now seem more sympathetic to them. And when these defections occur, the leaderships of the mainstream, now the centre, now joined in the centre and in grand coalitions, begin to see their own common interests more clearly. I recommend Pierre Manon's essay unreservedly. It's a rich and complex one. It was written a couple of years ago, but it's really still telling the truth of today. If these trends continue unchanged, Manon thinks, I would argue it's already obvious, actually, that they will lead to a competition between an unrespectable national populism and an arrogant cosmopolitan centrism, or in his exact words, I love this, between populist demagogy and the fanaticism of the centre. And it is notable that if you look at debates between these two groups in European politics, the language used about the centre, about the extremes, is much more vicious and unrestrained, savage, and I would say slanderous, than that used by the populists towards the centre. We already see the bare bones of this new system in the European Parliament, and they've been confirmed in the last, I would say, I'll come by the elections. We've already seen this in the European Parliament, where mainstream parties of left and right now form a coalition against the extremes, that is, all the other parties. They do so in defense of European integration, globalization, supranationalism, overlapping jurisdictions, more or less open borders, extreme individualism, and cosmopolitan values, and against xenophobia, national sovereignty, respect for traditional culture, any communitarian sense of belonging, and democratic patriotism. If you look at your own countries, I think you will see the lineaments of that kind of system thriving there. It's not hard to see this list of issues, in this list of issues, an emerging competition of class interests corresponding to David Goodhart's two broad new groups of any worse and some worse, and I would say also the recent book, Values, Voters, and Virtues, by Matt Goodman, I think, who sees politics now as a battle between an elitist coalition of fundamentally social revolutionary elites, and on the other hand, a corresponding populist coalition of voters of right and left against it. Fundamentally, traditional voters versus visionary, social revolutionary visionaries. Macron's earlier victories in France, though achieved through populist methods, was a victory for this emerging centrist consensus in which Manon sees great dangers. Let me cite two in particular dangers. The political system that Manon foresees would replace an earlier system of left versus right, in which the battle was over how to share the economic spoils. That system would be replaced by one in which the battle is over such questions as immigration control, gay marriage, the civil rights of religion, multiculturalism, the dilution of citizenship, the transfer of sovereignty to authorities outside the nation, and the loss of any sense of democratic ownership of political decisions. Battles over how to share wealth and income streams are much easier to settle than disputes over morality, ethnicity, citizenship, and allegiance, which, as we see in the US too, can be toxic. Second, in the old left versus right world, both sides essentially accepted the legitimacy of the other. They did not do so by saying vive la différence, but as Manon points out, by acknowledging that the other side would win elections occasionally, and when they did, they had the right to govern the country for a specified period. Manon observes, I think rightly, that the centrist establishment consensus in Europe does not really, as you were just arguing, Ellen, does not really accept the right of the extremes to come to power. When they do, it thinks it legitimate to use supranational legal and political powers to constrain and even to oust them. One, see the cases of Hungary, Poland, and Austria, and the imposition of refugee quotas on reluctant member states. See also some of the reasoning and emotion behind the self-dramatizing resistance, in quotes, to Donald Trump. What Manon's new party system offers, therefore, is a much more partisan and bitter battle over questions that are more difficult to solve and more resistant to compromise than the world in which we all grew up. And contrary to bien-pensant progressive opinion, populist demagogy is much less to blame for the bitterness and intractability of this political battleground than is the fanaticism of the center. Nonetheless, it's important to realize, and Manon does, that these new political loyalties will not simply replace the older ones wholesale, as if a new page of history had already been turned. In some cases, where the national political tradition is a revolutionary one, such a complete transformation of the parties might occur. In the main, however, this new political division will infiltrate the existing parties and gradually change their characters, leaving them not completely, but substantially unchanged. And that's why we're in a transitional period to this new party system, and why it's a difficult time for the ordinary voters to understand why it is they feel uneasy about their traditional party, and why it is they also feel uneasy about voting for a new political party, which everybody else is saying is monstrous and extreme. Now, I haven't said much about the election so far, and I'm going to leave it for questions, really, because what I have to say is really quite simple. They echo what Ellen has already says. The idea of a cordon sanitaire is, which says that the voters, that the people elected by substantial numbers of voters, I'm not talking about the guys who get one tiny number of seats in odd places. That's a different matter. But the idea that the leaders of a few parties can decide that the opinions of the voters who elect other parties substantially should not be considered or allowed to change policy is absolutely monstrous. Furthermore, it's something from which the right, in the broadest sense, has suffered badly from in Europe since 1945. It is not accepted by the left that the two totalitarians who imposed their rule on large parts of Europe between 1933, well, actually between 1917 and 1945, the left does not accept that they are comparable. It does not believe that the regimes which sustained undemocratic governments in power in Central and Eastern Europe until 1989, it doesn't accept that they are to be treated with the same kind of reserve as the people who allegedly implausibly very often, are sympathetic to the neo-fascism of the right. That had meant, for example, that has introduced into European politics then, and has remained to the present, a bias towards the left, in which you get parties like the Greek parties which actually refuse to condemn the Gulag when it came before the European Parliament. They are not treated as doing something monstrous, although, of course, if I suppose it might just possibly be the Golden Dawn might endorse Nazism, but I don't even know that that's true. But certainly, maybe Daniel will tell us, but there is a kind of, I would say, a reluctant consensus that somehow or other the right has got to be treated with greater reserve than the left, even when the right has not been supporting undemocratic regimes, let alone crimes against humanity, and the left has been doing so. The Italian communists had greater respectability across Europe than for example, well, I could cite a number of European cases, but the most interesting, of course, is the case where eventually the prohibition collapsed. The Mussolini-esque party, I think it was the MS Italian Social Movement, that got about 6% of the vote year after year. It was never allowed to be in a coalition. Then it was taken over by a man described to me by a good liberal, Antonio Martino. He described Fini as the cleverest man he had ever met in politics. And in Italian politics, that is high praise. And Fini took the irresponsibly right party, MSI, he turned it into a Thatcherite party, which, probably, Daniel, you've dealt with them at times. No, never? Well, he turned it into Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, he turned them into a respectable party, and Fini himself became deputy to the leader of the the former French president Giscard d'Estaing, when they were putting together the European Constitution. So he achieved as much respectability as you can in Italian politics. And the Fini party, the National Alliance, became a member of a democratic government. And that continued the case until he made the grave mistake of thinking he could replace Berlusconi, and he fell like Lucifer. Oops, never mind. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've been talking extempore too long. I have to get back to the theme. And the theme is, if you look at the recent elections, the European elections, they fundamentally continued the previous trend of 2014 and 2019. That is to say, the right advanced. It didn't advance as far as people were expecting or people were hoping, but it did advance. It consolidated the gains of the two previous elections. If you look at the left, if you look at the mainstream parties, with the exception of the German CDU, they have been losing ground consistently as well, right and left. The left has not been, the left has been gaining some ground on the extremes like Mélenchon's party in France. But the fundamental change of the shrinkage of the mainstream parties, because they no longer satisfy their voters, continued. The improvement in of the populist right parties, and a kind of mixed result on the far left, they continued. There are the most interesting elections. One was Denmark. The press said, look, the Danes have stood up against the populist tide. Had they really? If you look what had happened, the Danes the Danish parties had all adopted the policy of controlling immigration, and they control it more strictly than any other country. And as a left wing, the only common sense you could find about this was a left a left-wing magazine in Denmark said, this is fundamentally not the defeat of the right, it's the absorption by the right of everyone else on their key policies. That's one example. But where we get interesting, I think, is the European Parliament. What the politics that I was describing above have accomplished is the failure electorally of the mainstream parties has forced them to form grand coalitions wherever they would otherwise lose power. And those grand coalitions have been, the number of votes they could call on have been shrinking, and the people at both extremes, the other parties, have been growing. Now, some of the results for the mainstream right have been disastrous. The last federal election in Germany, the CDU, which is the only party I think that's ever got above 50% under Adenauer, that shrank to 20%. That is an astounding implosion. Of course, it's more than equaled by the collapse of the Social Democrats. Now the governing party, one of the main governing party, but nonetheless, in the most recent elections, getting 6% of the vote, the ones we saw the other day. So, as this has happened, so the two major mainstream parties, left and right, have had to bring in other moderates. The Greens, not moderate in any way, the policies are extreme that the Greens are forcing on the rest of their coalition partners, and they're leading to further losses for the centre group. The other group would be the Liberals, who, given a bit of a boost in the past by President Macron, have added to their numbers. But the fact is, that centre group is now close to losing its majority. It won't lose it. It didn't lose it this time, and it may not lose it next time, but it will come very close to doing so, and it may actually do so. Now, what's the weak link in this depressing situation? In other words, jolly good weak link. Well, it's simple. I don't myself see how the German CDU, which is the heart and soul of the EPP, and which explains and which, in a sense, with other people, with other Christian Democrats, has ensured that insurgent parties of the right, like Fidesz, have been expelled from the EPP. I don't see how the CDU is going to persist with its current policy when everybody can see from the results recently in Eastern Germany and the results of the last federal election that their own voters do not like what they're being given. Secondly, what they were being given was Merkelism or a rehash of Merkelism. But that is the dying creed in the CDU. Friedrich Merz, its new leader, is moving slowly, in my view, that's what friends in the CDU tell me, to change policy. Most recently, of course, he essentially said that he supported the end, he didn't put it in this dramatic way, but he supported the effective end of Schengen in the sense that the Germans have got to impose border controls because they're living in a world in which terrorists cannot be allowed to cross borders and in which migration policy cannot be completely indifferent to the social problems it brings about in these societies. And there is, I think, in all of Western Europe, there is a movement in this direction. Now, there are other policies and there are other problems which we can deal with in questions. But for the moment, it seems to me what you have in European politics is the CDU would lose some parties, and again, Daniel knows much more about this than I do at that level, if it were to make a deal with the ECR and the other conservative bloc, and they would have a substantial majority. In Germany, that would be the basis of, and it probably will be the basis of an election next year in which the right resumes power. I think that, frankly, I would, if I were Merz, and of course, thank the Germans will be glad I'm not, but if I were Merz, I would be saying things like, well, Mr. Orban, we haven't agreed with him on everything, but he's plainly a democratically elected leader. He's won 3 elections after the one which brought him to power. He's won any number of other elections locally and so on. Clearly there's a serious opposition to him as well. In fact, the interesting result in Hungary was you now have, as a result of the terrible government we have, you now have a result in which its principal party, under this new the husband of a former Orban minister, is offering what I would call Orbanism without Orban. And it's a member of the EPP. And that means these two parties now, these two conservative parties, will now dominate Hungary for the foreseeable future. And what happened to the left? I think they got 7% in the election, something like that. So don't believe that everything is going to hell in a handbasket. It is, but you will get out. It's not hell; it's purgatory, because you're going to get out the other side. And the only way this won't happen is if. Well, there are lots of different kinds of follies politicians can commit, but if they keep their heads and they devise intelligent, serious policies to deal with the social problems that we've all been discussing, and I believe the ECR parties actually do fit that description, then I think we're moving towards a better and a more soundly based, intelligent politics. Thank you.
So let me throw one phrase out there, which is coined by a friend of ours at the International Republican Institute, Thibaut Mozergues, who came up with this notion of post-populism, this idea that parties formerly described as national populist or conservative populist find their way back towards what might be considered the middle. But in reality, what's happening is that they shift the debate so much that the center moves. And I think one of the things that both of you have addressed about this election is the very clear idea that the so-called center ground in the European Parliament has shifted. That's the Overton window has moved slightly to the right. And that you find that even amongst EPP members, the members returned from traditionally center-right parties in countries like Spain and Germany are presenting a much more right-wing position, in part as a reaction to losing voters to populist parties in the past.
Yeah.
But that may be true. But as long as they participate in this cordon sanitaire, they don't deserve any credibility, because what they're doing is co-opting the populist policies without the democracy part. And, I mean, I have a bone to pick with the CDU because I remember what Vienna, Austria was like before 2015 and 2016, because that's where I live. And when I watched waves after waves of men, young men, going through the Vienna Central Station on their way to Germany, there were signs. Going to Germany, they would write Merkel and an arrow so that people got on the right train. Well, guess what? A lot of those people didn't get on the train to Germany, and Austria is a different place because of it. So this idea that the CDU is waking up, I'm sorry, but it is a glacial pace. If they're waking up now and saying, gosh, what have we done to our country? Have we, in fact, as moderates, sacrificed our daughters, our mothers, our sisters on the altar of multiculturalism, and now we're waking up and saying, gosh, maybe it's not a great idea to do that. So, I'm sorry, but at least in Denmark, the parties all agreed to stop sacrificing their daughters on the altar of multiculturalism. They're not Johnny-come-latelys. I mean, German moderates have no business patting themselves on the backs for realizing that migration might be a problem. And then this post-populism concept. Sorry, I'm getting all my notes done at once. So post-populism, I mean, guys, populism hasn't even really had a chance to do anything yet because they keep being kicked out of the room, dirty tricks, having elections maybe even stolen from them, or in Brussels, quick, let's change the treaties. Let's change the European treaties to make sure that populist forces don't have any power. Let's contort all of the rules to make sure the populists don't have any power. And then, even better, well, let's just talk about post-populism so we can just, brush that. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. When millions and millions of Europeans have said, why don't we just pause here with populism for a few minutes and see if we can change anything? But the entrenched elites, who we keep on calling moderates, won't even give them a chance to participate, to say anything in a debate, to table any legislation, nothing. So, I would say populism's demise should perhaps be delayed until it gets to live a bit.
But I don't think that's what post-populism means, actually.
Well,
At least
misunderstood.
it's not what the definition not the description I would give of it. I would say, first of all, that the centre in Europe, particularly the European Parliament, has not simply moved slightly to the right, it has shrunk. It's smaller than it used to be, and it's probably going to get smaller. Secondly, I agree, of course, about the failure of mainstream parties to deal effectively with some of the most important problems, particularly mass immigration and the imposition of multiculturalism. In the case of the Germans, of course, they came to the wrong policies fairly late compared to other countries. I mean, they had the Turks there, but it was 2015, I think, that Merkel invited the whole world to come, and that has produced very dramatic changes quickly, particularly, and very quickly, because I think it was almost the following year that in the Cologne case, in Cologne railway station, in which about a large number of young women were sexually assaulted, and the first response of the authorities and of the establishment was to try to deny it and to downplay it. That they can't do that anymore. But what do we want as a result of this? Obviously, I criticize people I disagree with. Yeah, fine. But I actually want to persuade them in the end to come over to my side. And I think what I want to see is the reunification of the respectable right. I want to unite the right. I saw that happen in Canada, where Stephen Harper, who's now head of the International Democratic Union, which all the centre-right parties belong to, I saw Stephen Harper first divide the right and then reunited, essentially moving it rightwards at the same time, and after which it took time. If you divide the right, which we've done, notably in Britain in the last election, you're going to be outside, you're going to lose power for more than one election in all likelihood. But the thing, because it takes time to reunite parties that have been stabbing each other in the back, front, and side. And what you need to do is to get over that period as quickly as possible. How to do it? Well, I'm not an expert in that. I'm not a politician myself. But I certainly think we want to bring the right-wing parties together because we want to not only win power, but we want to win power for long enough to be able to change the society in a better direction. And so reuniting the right, I think, should be one of the policy aims, Robert, of the New Directions Conference institution and the ECR as a corporate body. I would hand over to the people who actually are actually down in the battleground fighting up to their knees in mud and so on. So, but I think that's what our strategic aim must be.
I think let's open up now to questions from Dan.
Thank you very much. I thought that was really interesting from both of you. Ellen, you'll be amused that the cordon sanitaire goes back a very long way. And when I was an ECR MEP, there was what I always thought was a very funny example of it, which is that
for important positions, the European Parliament always used to nominate a Christian Democrat, a Liberal, and a Social Democrat. You know, for the TTIP talks, for the European Constitution, it was always the top three groups. Until ECR became the third biggest group, pushing the Liberals into fourth. And then suddenly it became somebody from each of the two big groups and a third person from another party agreed by those two, right? I mean, it was the blatancy of the thing and the insult to our intelligence that was funny rather than the cordon sanitaire. And I think the point you both made about the changed circumstances that have driven the rise of AfD and so on, it's, you know, when a far-right party wins in Germany, the headlines write themselves, don't they? And the headlines have been the same all over the world, including in Germany. I think actually there is arguably a parallel with the rise of Hitlerism, but it's one that very few commentators have made. I've never believed that the rise of the Nazis was to do with, I don't think there was much popular biological anti-Semitism. I mean, okay, there was a bit of anger about foreign policy, but when does a foreign policy ever really dictate an election? It was overwhelmingly about disorder. That the most disciplined and orderly country in Europe had collapsed into street violence, parliamentary brawls, political assassinations. And by 1930, people were so sick of it that they were prepared to vote for anyone who would put a stop to it, even if those people had been involved in creating the disorder in the first place. I don't think you can begin to appreciate what's happened in Germany without looking at the crime figures. We see the headline, you know, the shots fired at the Israeli consulate in Munich, the copper murdered in Mannheim, the day before the election, or the week before the election, those three murders in Solingen. But there's actually just a quotidian rise in crime rates in schools, on trains, and so on, which is never mentioned in polite society, but without which I think it is impossible to understand the appeal of these parties. Anyway, what I really wanted to do was to ask John something. It is natural for us to exaggerate the wrongs done to our side by the other side, and not so much to downplay as just not to see equivalent behavior from our own allies. But I wonder how fair it is to say that the moderate centrist parties are uniquely bellicose in their language. You specifically talked about some of the extra democratic moves against Donald Trump, and we can all agree with that, the judicial moves against him. But shouldn't we apply the same test both ways? I mean, no force on earth would get me to vote for Kamala Harris, but I suspect that if she lost, she would at least accept the fact of her defeat and concede. Can anyone in this room say the same with confidence about Donald Trump? Isn't there just a general rise of all or nothing elevation of outcome over process? You know, the language that has been normalized from our side. Knock the crap out of them, you know, stand by and stand down, you know, we need to fight, you know, and to me, being a conservative is partly about valuing civility and temperance and cool-headedness and prudence. I think these are actually just very bad times to be a conservative because of the rise in angry language and angry deeds on all sides. And I think that getting the diagnosis right is critical because something has changed in the last 10 years. I don't know if it's the belated response to the financial crisis or if it's to do with migration. I personally actually rather agree with Jonathan Haidt. I think it's about smartphones. I think we're in an age where a lot of people have been rendered gullible and impatient and angry by social media. But something has happened which I think makes traditional politics much harder to maintain, and this is not limited to either side of the aisle.
I don't think it's limited to either side of the aisle. I was talking specifically, of course, in response to the describing the what I think is largely the truth of Manon's description of politics as populist demagogy. So demagogy is there in the phrase versus the fanaticism of the centre. And I happen to think, if you look at the way French politics, but also wider European politics has developed, the extremes have been actually, Mélenchon is he speaks pretty angrily, but I think most of take reform in England, it's been responsible in what it said. It hasn't gone over into certainly anything like, demands for violence. And I think the same is true of, for a long time now, of the national, now the National Rally. And of course, the best example, maybe particularly directed at you, Daniel, would be George Maloney, whose heroes are Chesterton and Roger Scruton. And the Italian right has for a very long time been highly responsible, I think. Now, obviously, everybody goes, F.E. Smith said in, I think, 1919, "You want revolution? We'll give you revolution. We'll slit your soft white throats for you." Now, I don't think that Galloper Smith was generally given to that kind of thing, but the revolutionary atmosphere in the Clyde and elsewhere was quite strong at the time, and so people are led into folly of that kind. But look, I think somebody who can tell me more about French politics than I could tell her has just arrived.
Actually, we should let Lorenzo tell us about Italian politics, because I think what you were both describing, this tendency of parties to become more mainstream, it has a word in Italian. It's called trasformismo. It's the way radical parties become mainstream. Isn't that right?
It's true.
Hello, and first of all, I apologize. Late train, late taxi, late everything, my fault.
So perhaps we'll jump straight to you, actually.
Honestly, let me take my coat off.
Yes.
Maybe Daniel would just finish his remarks.
Yeah.
I don't think he had done. Yeah.
Well, no, I had pretty much finished. I just think that I think we have, if we see ourselves as conservatives rather than as revolutionary rightists, if we see ourselves as valuing Burkean inheritance, I think there is a duty to invigilate our own side with particular diligence, right? And the fact that the other side doesn't, exactly as you were saying, doesn't do that, doesn't get us off the hook. I think we still have to do that.
I would agree, of course. Yeah.
Well, I'll push back because I guess I'm the provocateur here. So I think that is, of course, the conservative ideal, but the impulse to say, you know what, we've been polite too long, and look at what has happened to our countries, is understandable. I mean, look. In Germany, there's a website called Messer in Incidents. And what is it? It's a guy who, as a hobby, because he was so alarmed, uses AI to troll through police reports every day, and he puts a knife on a map of Germany, every time there's a police-involved knife incident in Germany. And I check it all the time. So 82 since last Monday, 82. And then think about it in the UK. So Hugh Edwards, BBC presenter, is going to get no jail time for the possession of really shocking and horrific child pornography images. I used to be a criminal prosecutor who prosecuted child pornography crimes, so I'm familiar with how horrible they can be. Your imagination can't tell you how horrible they can be. I could. No jail time, but people, ordinary people who got really, really angry, really, in fact, blind with rage about the fact that a bunch of little girls at a Taylor Swift dance party were murdered, and tweeted angrily, or even acted angrily, probably beyond the pale even, jail time for them. So it's these kind of
forgive me, Ellen, but that's an exact example of the difference between a conservative and a radical. A conservative, it seems to me, should be in favour of jail time for anyone who attacks a policeman, sets fire to a building, or incites a crowd.
I don't think
the number of people on our side who were doing exactly what you just did and saying, yeah, but it's understandable, of course they were angry, blah, 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 not justifying, but contextualizing. I think that's incredibly dangerous, because we of all people should be the people who stand for laws being general, equal, and certain, and predictable.
I don't think any conservative should be in favor of jail time for anybody saying something and not acting on it. I mean, I think that's very dangerous. But in any case, we can debate that over a glass of wine. And now the late Anna Elizabeth Moutet.
I have no idea how I jump into this, because what I did say was I would talk about the mess that is the political scene in my country, and it's a bit far away from knife crime, and probably it's too far away from knife crime because they managed to ignore it extremely well. And we have arguments. I was waiting in various places since this morning, and I could see sort of people sort of rising, saying, no, you can't send people to prison, it's overcrowded, it's horrible, you can't do this to them, and it gives no results. And I don't know how they know, because they look like they haven't tried for years. But I used to live in New York, and I lived in New York in the 80s and 90s, and I could tell you that zero tolerance policies work. I remember being taught by my family in New York that you don't go past 96th Street. You do not, when you go out, you always have a $20 bill in an easy-to-reach pocket, so that a mugger, you can give it to a mugger, and usually he will go and score a hit and won't take the rest of your stuff. You don't cross the park at night. Sometimes you don't cross the park at day. And it was a dangerous city. It's getting dangerous again. It's not to that level yet, but it is getting dangerous again. And then came Rudy Giuliani, who hired the police chief of Los Angeles, William Bratton. William Bratton had very strong points of view about policing a city. He was also aware that it takes relatively few people to create the kind of insecurity in which crime breeds like bacteria. And he was learning from the James Q. Wilson theory of the broken window theory. The broken window theory, I bet most of you know it, is the idea that if you give to a community the sense that they are being left aside, which is what's happening in my country in most of what are called difficult neighborhoods. A graffiti, a broken window, a place that's left to ruin. It can just be a bus stop with graffiti on it. And slowly you create an atmosphere in which anything goes, and then you create crime. So it's not as if this hasn't been known for some time, but whenever I raise the notion, I write for a newspaper in England, and I'm on television in France, and whenever I raise this, I'm told that this is a reactionary theory. And I say, but it was, it was used, tested, put into action, and it worked because I lived through it. And of course, these were horrible people, because Rudy Giuliani was a horrible person, and therefore the level of denial and the fact that you can immediately sort of say, this person is a fascist, this person is stupid, this person is both, most of the time both, they don't want to take it. I do not know how we change that. I have no idea how we change that. I know that women, but not all women, are much more aware of this, because there are areas in Paris where I really will not take the express metro, for instance. I can take the Elizabeth line, the wonderful new Elizabeth line in London at any time of day or night. I'm not worried. But I am worried in Paris, in the wonderful infrastructure that we got 40 years ago, and which now really sort of suffers from broken window theme. This is not in the mainstream debate in my country. The mainstream debate now is, we have, you probably know what happened to France. We held European elections. The European elections gave an extremely good score to the National Rally of Marine Le Pen. She got a clear majority of voters, and she got 100, and she got a group of MPs in the European Parliament that was bigger than most of the groups of the other French parties, and everybody was horrified. And instead of saying, right, this is a poll, it's writing on the wall, we paid for this poll in a different way than we do, we didn't get it from an institute, Emmanuel Macron looked at that and said, this is an insult to me personally, and he called a snap election, which he didn't have to do, and we had a general election in which, in the first round, the results of the European election, which is proportional representation, came exactly in the same way to the candidates in every constituency in France. We have 577 seats in the National Assembly. So everybody said, the fascists are coming, we have to fight them, and it created an unholy alliance of the extreme left, the normal left, the centrists, and the wishy-washy right. I can't think of any other way to call them. And they managed to block the way of National Rally candidates who had come first in the first round. We have 2 rounds in France, with the result that when the dust settled after the second round, the National Rally had 143 MPs in the French National Assembly. The coalition, the unholy coalition of the right, because you've got a party of people who think that Israel should not exist and that France is guilty of crimes against humanity and colonialism. And they have extremely violent demonstrations in which you don't have a single French flag, but you have Palestine flags. And they allied themselves with the remnants of Léon Blum's old Socialist Party and some centrist, center-left people, and the 3.5 communists that hold their rallies in a phone booth, and the Greens. The Greens are a very interesting sort of phenomenon in all our societies, and I would like, it's easy to call them watermelons because they're red inside and green outside, but they prey on public opinion, especially young people, because they terrorize them. And having terrorized them, they join extremist opinions on everything else into their fight for climate change. I'm not against fighting climate change. I'm not against ways of trying to make the system work better, the place be less polluted. But it is very obvious that these people are not motivated solely by that. It's the vehicle in which they transmit into our political life extremist opinions that match the Melanchonista, the extreme left party I described before. So the alliance of these people, who hate one another, by the way, won 193 MPs, and the Macronistas were lagging behind with 120, but they would have had 45. So Emmanuel Macron, the man who wrote this extraordinary situation, was looking at all of this thinking, I have not lost. By any count, he had lost, but that's all right. He had lost less than he might have lost. Yeah. We now have a system in which nobody trusts politics anymore. We've got the tail wagging the dog, which is the extremist left part of what they have dared to call the New Popular Front, which is an evocation of Léon Blum's Popular Front, and frankly, it is insulting. But anyway, they have 79 MPs, and therefore they have 13% of the National Assembly, but they're the ones who shout louder. They're the ones who said, we have a prime minister and you must name that prime minister. And the others are so terrified for various reasons, but mostly because when they had the incredible horse trading between the 2 rounds in order to get candidates, before the first round and then between the 2 rounds with candidates, the socialists, the new branch of the socialists who just came out with a bright, new, clever young man who is wet behind the ears called Raphael Glucksmann, they do not know how you negotiate seats and how you make this work for you. And Jean-Luc Mélenchon is 73, and he knows he's been in Parliament, in the Senate, in many places for a very long time. He knows exactly how to do that. His career started under François Mitterrand, who knew how to do that. And therefore, they agreed to give seats to the socialists, to the Greens, to others. But these were not seats where there would be a majority for the socialists anyway, and where, people who did not want the National Rally in power would vote for anyone with the standard label. No, they gave them France Insoumise, France Unbowed, their own party, places where they had a majority. Because that way, if they say boo, they say, right, I will run somebody against you next time, and they are killed. And that's, again, politics is something we should not despise. Politics is something that we should know. We should know the coalface. We should know the details, because that's the way you get killed. What they are is Bolsheviks. Bolsheviks, as their name does not say, were actually a minority in Russian politics, and they were a minority when Bela Kun tried to take power in Hungary, and they were a minority in other places. So we've got actually a situation which is dangerous, because whenever something happens that Mélenchon doesn't like, the great conductor or leader or duce of that thing, he says people in the street, and they have demonstrations of young people who are violent, waving the Palestinian flags and burning stuff. Where is the what are conservatives to do? French conservatives are basically like, they're staring at the boa constrictor, and they do not know what to do. They are told that being a conservative is bad. The National Rally, we were told at every level that we had to vote for anyone from the Republican front because the National Rally was essentially the return of Pétainisme. The National Rally have been canny, but the thing about the National Rally is they have no experience, and Macron, again, a man who makes so many mistakes in understanding French society, he does understand his own interest. He called a snap election, but he called a snap election. And when I say snap, he said, we're doing this in 3 weeks' time, and you have 1 week you have 3 weeks to prepare everything, and then you'll have 1 week to digest what happened in the first round and do something else. And so he sped up everything like those Laurel and Hardy movies of a long time ago, and everybody went running around. And the Bolsheviks, of course, I mean, they know how to organize things because this is how you take power. The National Rally were hopeless on this one. They didn't know how to do it. They didn't have candidates because they didn't think that they would win elections, and they never realized that it doesn't matter. One day you will win elections. You must organize your candidates a long time ahead. You must brief them. You must also check on them. You must be careful. It didn't work. Didn't really. I mean, the nice, shiny young man, clever young man, but very young, whom Marine Le Pen found to head the party, they didn't know how to do that, but they did not have time. And whenever they want to have a new cadre of advisors that will make them become normal politicians, the new cadre of advisors are basically old-fashioned French right-wing people, and it never came to them the idea to take, to bring in Linton Crosby. First of all, they don't speak English. They don't know, we are desperately sort of old-fashioned in that. So we've got conservatives who, having come first in the European elections and in the first round of the national elections, of people who were outraged by exactly what Ellen has described, the political result of this is nil. No effect whatsoever. They are not part of of political life, and Marine Le Pen is looking at this, and she says, I mean, we polled 100 million votes, and the left got 7 million votes, and Macron got 6.7. And next time we'll win, and next time is the presidential election, and she will run for president again. And she thinks that from 11 she will go to 13, but that's not true. That's not true because she doesn't own all those votes. There are people who believe that it might work, and they saw that they really blew it. I'm not saying that they were lured into a trap. They were lured into a trap, but that's life. And they will not have the 13 votes. There are people who will think it's not worth it. Yeah, I mean, these people are incompetent, and it's no worth doing it. And so what I've sort of vaguely sort of alluded to, more than described, is a sort of a landscape in France was completely disheartening. And when I say that Michel Barnier, the 73-year-old former Brexit negotiator who started politics under General de Gaulle, is probably the best prime minister we could have, this is not something I say with massive enthusiasm. It is something just, oh, what the hell. But he is now, the left have decided that they will not participate in this government because, yes, they were quite willing to ally themselves to anyone, including the Barnier people, to bar the road to the National Rally, but to actually sort of govern the country and make laws, no, they're not going to. And so there's going to be a government of Républicains, which is really the party that scores not much. We are essentially in a lunar landscape. We also, we do not speak foreign languages. We do not talk to foreign conservatives. I don't know if there's anybody French in here. Il y a des Français? Nope, and I am not surprised because I go to as many conservative conferences as I can because it's nice to meet people and see how different they are. And the French don't. The French are not, as the Germans would say, salonfähig, because we don't speak many languages. And when we speak it well, it happens from time to time, it's Macron, and Macron speaks French in excellent English, but it's French. It's French things that he thinks about. It's French. It's everything sort of, it's like doing a sort of a Latin translation, when you're basically, you're in the 21st century, and I absolutely, here are all the words, and I will turn this into Latin. I have no idea whether a Roman would understand anything to it, and that's Emmanuel Macron speaking English. But we don't realize that there are ways, at least, of making people excited by ideas. Most of our conservatives, not all, but most of our conservatives are looking back, and depending on how far right they are, they look further and further back, because we've got a small nucleus of royalists. We have people who are horrified that the French Revolution treated the church horribly. There are people who do not like laïcité, and laïcité is a French way of dealing with a lot of nasty things like encroaching Islamism, and each country should do conservative in their own way. Like Tolstoy's Unhappy Families, and the French are an unhappy family. But we should also know what the others do, and we should also look forward. And unfortunately, we are not clubbable, we're not going outside, and we rehash all ideas. And as I said, I think Marine Le Pen may have whisked out Jordan Bardella, who's 29. I think he just turned 30. I mean, and he's beautiful, and he dresses well, and he takes great selfies, and he does not think in any other terms than terms that would be perfectly recognizable to Charles Maurras in 1920. So this is our landscape. It is deeply disheartening, and I hope you're having more fun in your countries.
So I think we're drawing to the end, so I'll sort of I'll take the position and ask whether the panel agrees that, if, in effect, these European elections were the elections in which the European public decided that nothing was working. They looked at law and order and said, I don't see justice. They looked at the economy and said, I don't see growth. They looked at the education system and said, I see indoctrination. They looked at migration and said that there's no controls. And so they took it out on the European parliamentary elections and went for an alternative or for something different. And that really what we need in order to start winning back and taking back control, to coin a phrase, is what Pierre Poilievre in Canada has described as common sense conservatism. This idea of getting the very basic things right at home first before starting to talk about more high and mighty things. So is that where we're going to head after this, or do you think it's going to get worse?
Well, I mean, I'll take I'll let the other ladies follow me. And that is that what you've just described, and I think more or less what Annalise was saying, is like that old joke, isn't it, about two ladies in the restaurant, and one says, this food is terrible. And the other lady says, yes, and the portions are so small. And that's what that's what the situation is in French politics, as you describe it. And it's not much better in most places and in Europe, and I think that we are, but I am optimistic for the reasons I've given, which is to say that, if you keep trying to maintain a cordon sanitaire against parties which get more and more votes, you eventually reach the situation of the German left, which is essentially saying it looks as though these people are going to be able to break out of the cordon sanitaire, so let's make them illegal. And I don't think that's a practical method for running a democracy in the modern world. It's obviously a mixture of fraud and authoritarianism. And that's something which is not ever going to be, if it's publicly avowed, win votes. So my own feeling is we are moving to a situation in which, I don't like the phrase cordon sanitaire, but in which the parties which have been excluded so far will have to be invited into the system. That may mean, and I think in the case of AFD it does mean, a split in the AFD. There are some parties where you've got people in them you don't want. And if the deal is offered in a way that enables the other people to enter government and gets a share of power, then I think that is something we should probably be happy to get. I mean, I am optimistic that that will happen, because the current system of government, I was quoting Pierre Manon's theory before you arrived, the current system of government is one in which the centre is claiming to be the permanent majority when it is in fact on the verge of becoming a minority, and I think that is good for us, although at the moment not very appetizing.
Well, I suppose maybe I can add to John's joke by saying, at this point, if you're a voter, you're also saying, but wait, actually, this isn't even what I ordered, and now I have to pay the bill for it, and it's twice as much as the menu said. I mean, I think that's what voters are going to feel like, and although I fully recognize the pragmatic, sort of realistic idea that these parties that have been corralled into the sick room, right, the plague-ridden parties, that they'll have to split themselves up so that they're honored with an invitation to join the room that they're perfectly entitled to be in, seems to me is not going to, it's not going to help the moderates' case at all, because voters are going to see through it, and they're going to say, well, just because, if you give me a double portion of a thing I didn't order, it doesn't mean I should have to eat it or to pay for it or to pay double for it. So, I mean, I think that yes, it would be good if parties who were democratically elected were actually allowed to be in the room to participate in the process. But I'm not sure that that's what the voters signed up for. I think they want something more than making sure their most palatable people are allowed to be in the room. I'm not sure that's democracy.
Final word?
I would be a bit more I'd hedge my bets a bit more, because one of the things that seemed to me obvious is that you can offer a conservative and a radical right solution, several solutions, and it takes something more for the voters to make the step, to take the step, the final step that gets the government in power, and I'm thinking of Italy. And it's very obvious that Giorgia Meloni is another type of conservative leader, and she probably is the example to follow, because there are fewer people than perhaps some among you think who want to go it alone without Europe, the European Union in Europe. And that's a fact. You may want to reform the European Union. My point of view of Brexit is I understood my Brexiteer friends in Britain perfectly. I understood the issues of sovereignty. But I said, you're not quite a founding country, but we're one of the really big beasts in Europe. And do like the French, don't apply what you don't like, but, fight to change it from the inside. It's a hard fight. Right now, Thierry Breton is paying the price. But the French commissioner, who was nixed by Ursula von der Leyen and whom Macron could not defend or would not defend. But by and large, I think good politics is also, we take we keep a few principles that we feel are, those lines that cannot be crossed, and otherwise it has to be the art of the possible. And we don't always have those politicians, and when we have them, they win. And that's really mostly, Meloni is a really shining example because she has remained adamant on sort of key ideas. She's now inspiring other European countries, including the Labour government of Great Britain, on immigration. Since I understand that after saying that the Rwanda plan of the Tories was a horrible thing that could not even be considered, they're interested in doing exactly the same thing but in Albania. So also because immigration is really biting them in the poll numbers, which is the only place where it hurts. So I also think that conservatives should try and think not only about those ideas that we share, but also what is there that can bring people who have been prejudiced against us, and also feel is really something that they don't want to give up. And how do we bring them on without losing our soul? And I think that's the most important thing.
Can I just make the? Well, I'm wired up.
Oh,
here.
you're wired
Can we just make? I'm glad you've introduced actual policies as well as politics, because what the National Conservatives, for example, want to bring into the wider conservative movement are things which, 20 or 30 years ago would not have been considered at all unusual. And we do not, there is no appetite, it seems to me, for leaving the European Union outside of England, outside of Britain. I doubt if anyone, there's no practical politics of that in Ireland, I think, or most of the countries represented, or in the ECR. What are the policies that we wish to bring in? Well, I think, a defense of national sovereignty. I think a family policy. I think an attempt to protect and enhance national culture and give it a priority rather than treating any country as being simply an arena in which multiculturalism kind of plays out its games, and there are, and of course, a lower rate of immigration. So all of those things seem to me things which, most conservative parties, most mainstream parties used to believe in, and it's only in recent years that they've become anti-conservative or marks of extremism, and so I think that's and of course you weren't here, but. One of the things we're talking about is reuniting the right, because it's divided now, but those divisions have to be overcome, or else we face a very long, cold left-wing winter.
Well, with that, I think we'll finish there. So I'd like to thank the panel for their excellent contributions.
Thanks for arriving at the last minute.
That was great.
Yeah. That's terrific too. Thanks.
Housekeeping dinner